Chapter 1. Yi Hao, as a sex addict on Earth, was currently lying in bed reading a novel with great interest. He had no idea what was about to happen. The world was vast and boundless. Above this world, there was another world. Where was the end? The Chaos Realm was just one of the thousands of worlds. From life to death, this was the law of nature. Even the Chaos Realm was no exception. Unless the law was broken, the Chaos Realm had experienced its peak since the beginning of the chaos. Now, the energy of the realm core was depleted day by day and was on the verge of destruction. The founding primordial spirit chose to destroy and rebuild. Together with the four great disciples, Hongjun Ancestor Hun Kuan, Lady Nua, and Lord Daoist Lu Ya, the Buddhist world, the Western divine world, and their disciples and grand disciples, they used the realm core as the foundation and all the undead creatures in the Chaos Realm as the souls to create the chaos system. They were looking for people with great luck to cross over to the other world and be resurrected. The premise was that the resurrected people had to recognize the person with great luck as their master. Even the founding primordial spirit was no exception. The moment the system was activated, all the creatures in the Chaos Realm, including the undead, would fall into a deep sleep and automatically recognize the master of the system as their master until they were resurrected by the master of the system. Originally, the four great ancestors chose to let the founding primordial spirit be the master of the system. However, the realm core had a spirit and chose to recognize its master automatically. The founding primordial spirit was nourished by the chaos and treated the realm core as its mother. Of course, it would accept its mother's decision unconditionally. Let's begin. The founding primordial spirit first inserted its divine power into the realm core. The four great disciples followed suit, followed by all the disciples. At this moment, no matter if they were gods, devils, Buddhas, friends, or enemies, they all injected their own energy into the realm core, because everyone knew that if they did not do so, the Chaos Realm would not be able to operate and would soon be destroyed. Although they would fall into a deep sleep for an unknown period of time and would have to recognize a stranger as their master, it did not matter. At least the person chosen by the system was from the Chaos Realm. As long as he was alive, the Chaos Realm would not be destroyed. There was still a glimmer of hope, although it was very slim. After an unknown period of time, a minute, a day, a year, or even 10,000 years, when everyone was in despair, the realm core finally made a mechanical sound. System activated, looking for the host. Host's choice, the Chaos Realm will fall into a deep sleep in 10 seconds. 10-9. The gods and demons smiled in relief. Everyone was too tired and just wanted to have a good sleep. The gods and demons looked at the realm core as it flew towards a blue planet. That was the mother planet of the Chaos Realm, Earth. It landed on Yi Hao's body and didn't stop. The soul that enveloped Yi Hao disappeared. The founding primordial spirit murmured weakly, the Chaos Realm started on Earth and ended on Earth. A short end is only for a better beginning. At the same time, the countdown had ended. All the living beings in the Chaos Realm, including the souls of the dead, had fallen into a deep slumber. The Chaos Realm seemed to have disappeared into thin air, nowhere to be found. No one would have thought that it had been brought to another realm by an ordinary person. At this moment, Yi Hao looked at everything in front of him in a daze. It was a magnificent room, but why did the layout of the room look like it was from ancient times? Moreover, his clothes were also from ancient times. Could it be that he had traveled to ancient times? Or was someone playing a prank on him? He was just sleeping at home. When he woke up in the morning, he wanted to go to work. When he opened his eyes, he appeared here. Yi Hao thought, since I'm here, I might as well take things as they come. Anyway, I don't have any relatives on Earth. Maybe I can do well here. But first, I have to figure out which dynasty I've traveled to. With my knowledge of history, I can at least get an official position. Ding dong, transmigration realm successful. The host has been bound. The host's current identity is the 18th prince of the Great Yi Kingdom. The name is Yi Hao. Importing memories. Hearing the cold voice in his mind, Yi Hao was a little at a loss. He wouldn't have schizophrenia, would he? Ah! Suddenly, Yi Hao let out a blood-curdling scream. He felt a memory being forcefully implanted into his mind, making him wish he was dead. The pain lessened slightly, and Yi Hao also had a better understanding of this body. He had transmigrated to a country that was no longer on Earth, the Great Yi Kingdom. His identity was the 18th prince. He was 9 years old this year, but his memories were only from before he was 6 years old. He was gifted, a martial arts prodigy, and a talented heir. These were all praises from his father. When he was 3 years old, he was brought to the battlefield by his father. He was deeply loved by the emperor. On his 6th birthday, the emperor wanted to confer him the title of heir. But after that day, he didn't know what happened. He didn't have any memories of this body. "Hey, are you still there? Why are you in my mind?" Yi Hao knew that his transmigration was definitely related to the voice in his mind, so he tried to communicate with it. That cold voice sounded, "I am the Chaos Realm's realm core, or should I call it the Chaos Emperor system. Now, the entire Chaos Realm is in your mind. You carry the heavy burden of making the Chaos Realm rise again. You want to become the king of all realms." Yi Hao was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Chaos Realm, doesn't that only exist in novels? Moreover, I'm just a nerd. How can I make the Chaos Realm rise again? What king of all realms? This, can I refuse? I want to go home, Yi Hao probed. No. Since the moment the Chaos Rebirth system recognized you as its master, you have this mission. Of course, with my help, it will be easier for you to rise again. The prerequisite is that you can protect your life. If you die, the Chaos Realm will disappear completely. The system's voice sounded a little desolate. Am I the only one alive in the Chaos Realm? Yi Hao couldn't believe it. In his impression, the entire Milky Way was within the Chaos Realm. One could imagine how big the Chaos Realm was. Not to mention other planets that he didn't know about, just Earth alone had a population of 6 to 7 billion. A second ago, they were still alive and well. Now, he was the only one alive. Moreover, he had transmigrated to this foreign place. He was at a loss and couldn't believe it. That's right, the Chaos System replied. Then what should I do? The atmosphere instantly calmed down. After an unknown period of time, Yi Hao made a decision. As a descendant of Yang Huang and a part of the Chaos Realm, he had no reason to refuse. First of all, he didn't want to live a muddle-headed life. He also wanted to make a name for himself. Most importantly, he carried the hope of the Chaos Realm on his back. Notification: the system is currently at a beginner level. Many privileges are locked. As the host becomes stronger, the system's privileges will also increase. Now, there are 3 things that can help the host become stronger. 1. Resurrection points. 2. Soul points. 3. Reputation points. Then how do I obtain resurrection points, reputation points, and soul points? Yi Hao couldn't wait to ask. This was the foundation for him to become stronger and survive. If you want to obtain resurrection points, host, you need to complete some missions that I issue. Then, you will be able to obtain resurrection points. You can revive everything in the Chaos Realm. Living beings and undead spirits will fight for you. Of course, no matter if it's living beings or undead spirits, they will be a brand new person when they are summoned. If they die, they will disappear completely. Also, when the host completes the mission, some powerful items will be randomly rewarded. For example, the map of a city, weapons, pills, and everything else. Soul points are easier to obtain. The host only needs to kill people to obtain them. Soul points are the same as resurrection points. They can be used to summon soldiers and generals. As for reputation points, the host only needs to increase his fame in the human world to obtain them. Reputation points are different from resurrection points and soul points. They can only be exchanged for non-living things. They can be exchanged for some weapons and resources that you need. As long as you have enough reputation points, you can use any resources in the Chaos Realm. Even if it's in games, movies, or novels, you can use them. If I have enough reputation points and soul points, I can even summon dead historical heroes? Yi Hao asked in surprise. He finally saw a glimmer of hope to survive. Who said that he was fighting alone? As long as he completed the mission, obtained soul points, and accumulated reputation points, wouldn't the entire Chaos Realm be used by him? As for reputation points, he would have to wait until he had the strength to protect himself. No matter what, he had to summon a group of historical generals. Don't mention those heroes in your mind. Guan Yu, Zhong Fei, Yu Fei, Xiong Yu, and so on. As long as you have enough resurrection points and soul points, you can even summon those Neza, Sun Wukong, Jade Emperor, Buddha. You can summon them all. The chaos system continued. Yi Hao continued to ask the system about some things that he didn't know. At the same time, in the throne room, a middle-aged man in his 50s was sitting on the dragon throne. He had a dignified look and an emperor's aura between his brows. There was also a trace of worry. Dear ministers, Zhao country is invading. Do you have any good plans? Left Prime Minister Li Hong cupped his fist and said, Your Majesty, our country has just gone through a rebellion and suffered great losses. We haven't fully recovered yet. It's not easy for us to engage in a large-scale war again. We should send an envoy to ask for peace. Your Majesty, I'm willing to lead 100,000 soldiers to war with Zhao country. Countries that take advantage of others' difficulties should be beaten until they don't dare to invade Great Yi's prestige. A tall and mighty general cupped his fist and pleaded. He was the last of the 10 great generals, General Fei Long, Qin Mo. Following that, the imperial court was in an uproar. The civil officials were in favor of peace while the generals were in favor of war. Yi Batian sat on the dragon throne and looked at his subjects arguing. He frowned and weighed the pros and cons. Yi Batian was in a dilemma. Let's put this matter aside for now. Is there anything else? After hearing Yi Batian's words, the imperial court fell silent. No one dared to make a sound. Just as Yi Batian was about to end the imperial court, the second prince gave the fifth prince a look. The fifth prince nodded and stood up. Father, 18th brother is 9 years old. He has reached the age of training. Before the fifth prince could finish, Yi Batian shouted angrily, Bastard! Don't you know 18th brother's situation? Men, drag him out and flog him 40 times. Father, I know my mistake. However, this is the rule of the Yi royal family. I'm willing to accept the punishment, but the rules can't be broken. Seeing that his father was angry, the fifth prince panicked. He stole a glance at the second prince. The second prince stood there without any reaction. The fifth prince clenched his teeth and continued speaking. Hearing the fifth prince mention the rules, Yi Batian was a little helpless and surprised. He didn't expect that his son wouldn't back down even after he was angry. Did he really want to kill his brother? He loved the 18th prince's mother the most. Perhaps it was to make up for his guilt towards concubine Li, but he loved the 18th prince very much. The 18th prince didn't let him down. He could see that the 18th prince was very intelligent when he was 3 years old. Moreover, he was a genius in martial arts, which made him love the 18th prince even more. He blamed himself for not protecting the 18th prince well. At the age of 6, the 18th prince suddenly lost his mind and became an idiot. He couldn't find the reason even after using all the doctors in the country. He knew that it was definitely his good son who did it, but he couldn't believe it and couldn't find a clue. This made Yi Batian blame himself even more. He didn't do his duty as a father to protect his son. At the same time, he broke his promise to concubine Li. Chapter 2. Since the founding of the Yi family, there had been a strict rule in the Yi family. As long as a prince reached the age of 9, he had to go out to gain experience for a year. During this year, he could cultivate his own forces, go to the border to gain merits, or improve his reputation among the people. After a year of experience, one could basically see what the prince had achieved in this area. He could also choose a few good talents from these princes to be the next crown prince. Of course, this year was not easy. The emperor could not send people to protect the princes. They could only rely on their own ability to survive. It could be said that this year was full of danger. Even Yi Batian narrowly survived that year. He also knew that this was the best choice to choose a qualified crown prince. If he could not bear this little risk, then he would not be able to manage the country. However, it was the first time for him to encounter a situation like his son, the 18th prince. After all, there had never been an emperor's son who was a fool. According to the rules left by the ancestors, he could not do anything about it. However, the 18th prince had to go out to gain experience. There was no way he could survive. Just like other princes, they all had their own forces to cultivate. These years, the 18th prince was a fool. Who would follow him? He only had 2 eunuchs and a little palace maid. If he went out, even if he did not die, he would become a beggar. He would only suffer and lose the face of the royal family. If this could save the 18th prince's life, it was nothing. However, would these sons let him go? He really could not understand. The 18th prince was no longer a threat to them. Even if he was smart and had both talent and martial arts, he was now a cripple. Could the 18th prince recover? He had thought that as long as he didn't bring up this matter, no one would dare to provoke him. However, who would have thought that this person would be his own son, who would have directly brought up the rules in the imperial court, putting him in an awkward position? Thinking of this, the dragon eyes swept across his dozen or so sons, but none of them dared to look him in the eye. When he passed by the 5th prince, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The 5th prince lowered his head and did not dare to look into Yi Baishan's eyes. His body trembled slightly and his back was soaked in cold sweat. However, he still pretended to be calm. Of course, all this could not escape Yi Baishan's eyes. Yi Batian shook his head slightly. It seemed that his 5th son was not as courageous as he thought. There must be someone behind him. It would be difficult for him to achieve anything in the future. Just like that, the future of the 5th prince had been sentenced to death. Dear Minister Li, what do you think of this matter? Yi Batian could not make up his mind, so he threw this hot potato to Li Hong. Li Hong had already guessed that this would happen. He had already cursed the 5th prince in his heart. Why did you have to make things difficult for a fool? Let's see what benefits you can get from making things difficult for your imperial father. Replying to your majesty, this is your majesty's family matter. It is not appropriate for me to interfere. That old fox. Yi Batian cursed inwardly and did not ask Li Hong again, do the other ministers have any good suggestions? Your majesty is wise, your majesty. We do not dare to make decisions about your majesty's family matters. Even the prime minister did not dare to intervene, let alone others. Minister Qin, what do you think? Yi Batian had no choice but to place his hopes on his most loyal Qin Mo. Your majesty, if you really can't do it, let my son accompany the 18th prince for training. Qin Mo saw that the emperor was in a difficult position, so he thought about it and came up with this plan. As soon as Qin Mo said this, everyone in the hall started to discuss in low voices. The prince's expressions immediately changed, especially the 2nd prince. His eyes were filled with jealousy, which strengthened his determination to kill the 18th prince. According to the rules of the training, the imperial court would not provide any help to the princes. But Qin Mo asked his son to help the 18th prince. This had nothing to do with the imperial court. At most, it was a relationship between Qin Mo and his son. The emperor did not interfere. Moreover, there was an unwritten rule that the people who went out for training must be the prince's subordinates. The people who were recruited during the training must be used by the prince. If Qin Mo did this, it meant that he had sided with the 18th prince. But was it worth it? Did he really not think about himself and his descendants? But from this, it could be seen that Qin Mo was absolutely loyal to the Yi Batian. Yi Batian was also very pleased. F***ck, system, do you want to kill me? On a small road in the palace, a young man was running, sweating and panting. He was sweating profusely. This person was Yi Hao. After understanding the system in the room, Yi Hao knew the importance of soul points, resurrection points, and reputation points. But now that he was in the palace, there was no hope for reputation points. It was not something that could be obtained in a short period of time. As for soul points, he was not a homicidal maniac and would not casually kill people. So, he could only do missions to obtain resurrection points. Yi Hao hurriedly asked the system if there were any missions that he could do now. Not to mention that there was really a chain mission. Yi Hao accepted it without looking at it. The first mission was to reach the throne room before the court ended. The reward was 10 resurrection points and a dragon tiger pill. Hey! So simple. When he saw the mission, Yi Hao was still in disbelief. The mission given by the system was too easy, but now, he regretted it. Who knew that the palace was so big? After running for half an hour, he was completely lost. Along the way, many people pointed at him and whispered, "Isn't that 18 idiots?" A palace maid whispered, "Seems like it. Why aren't they idiots now? Have they gone crazy?" Another palace maid continued, "Hurry up and do your work. If the empress gets anxious, you will suffer." An older palace maid looked at Yi Hao and shouted in a low voice. Yi Hao did not have the time to care about these people. Right now, he only wanted to finish the mission quickly and obtain resurrection points. When the time comes, he would summon a general. Then, he would have a companion and his safety would be guaranteed. Yi Hao was no fool. After watching so many court dramas, he knew that the previous owner of this body was very intelligent at the beginning. How could he suddenly become a fool for no reason? It must be some prince who was afraid of him, or some concubine who drugged him, causing him to suddenly become a fool. Now that he had suddenly become better, who knew if that person would continue to harm him? After all, once he entered the palace, it was as deep as the sea. He did not have the intention to harm others, but he still had to guard against others from harming him. Therefore, the plan now was to quickly accumulate 100 resurrection points and revive a general. That way, he would at least have some ability to protect himself. He knew that if he wanted to have his own place in the palace, he had to nurture his own faction. Only with a strong faction and strength would he be able to make those who dared to harm him not dare to do anything. Then, he would be able to take revenge. There were more than a dozen older brothers above him and a few younger brothers below him. As for the younger sisters, they could be ignored. These people could all be his enemies. At present, he couldn't fight any of them because each of them had their own forces. In his memories, the first prince, the second prince, and the fourth prince's factions were the strongest. Who knew if the other princes had become stronger after 2 or 3 years? No matter what, they were constantly getting stronger. On the other hand, he was stagnant. After all, who would be willing to work with a fool? Now that he had the primal chaos system, it was impossible for him to be ordinary. However, if he could not quickly rise up and have his own faction, he would be finished sooner or later. He hoped that the system was not lying to him. It could really summon generals, and the time it took to summon them would not be too lousy. As for summoning immortals, the system told him that his current strength was not enough. Moreover, the resurrection points required were too many. With his current strength, he would have to save up for a few decades before he could summon an immortal. Therefore, it was better for him to obediently complete his missions and nurture some generals first. When the time came, his faction would become stronger and he would be able to accumulate resurrection points, reputation points, and soul points faster. One had to know that this was a world that revered military strength. Its territory was many times larger than Earth's. However, in terms of technology, it was still very backward compared to Earth's ancient civilization. Perhaps there was very little research in this area. For example, in terms of weaponry, it was very far behind Earth's. In his memories, the soldiers' armor, weapons, and mounts were still very flawed. Also, in terms of troop formation and strategy, they were completely useless. When two countries went to war, it would be a competition of strength. They would be directly dragged to the battlefield without any troop formation. Once the order was given, they would fight to the death. Then, the side that lost would either have to pay compensation or perish. After that, a war between two countries would begin and end like a drama of hooligans fighting for territory. As for clothing, food, housing, and transportation, there was also a lot of room for improvement. Yi Hao decided to carry out a huge reform. It was impossible to upgrade to Earth's technological civilization in one go. Even if it was possible, he would not do so. He knew that he could not eat everything in one go. He had to take it slow. This was a consummate skill for farming reputation points. Moreover, while doing these things, he had to conquer the countries on this continent one by one. Only then would he be able to farm reputation points. Moreover, while conquering these countries, he would definitely not be able to avoid a war. This way, he could complete missions. It was inevitable that people would die in a war. At that time, his soul points would definitely fly and summon a few immortals. He would create a few miracles and it would definitely greatly increase his reputation points. However, everything he imagined was beautiful. But now, he still had nothing. He still had to run for his life for the 10 resurrection points. Thinking of this, Yi Hao, who was already unable to run, felt an unknown surge of strength in his legs. I really want to take off this damned robe. It's so tiring to run, and it's so hot. Looking left and right, it was a small road. There was no one around. As a person from the 21st century, Yi Hao did not care so much. He quickly took off his jacket. Anyway, there was still a pair of large underpants inside. Although he was only a 9-year-old kid, his soul was that of a 20-year-old teenager. He also knew how to be shy. One had to know that on Earth, there were many people who were topless in the summer heat. With large underpants, it would not be too embarrassing. Isn't it more comfortable to be topless in such a hot day? The reason why Yi Hao called his underwear large underpants was because the underwear in this world was too big. It almost reached his knees. When he wore it, it was as if he was not wearing underwear at all. Sooner or later, he would exchange for a few pairs of underwear to wear, or find someone to make a few pairs for him. Then, he would not feel so uncomfortable. Chapter 3. Yi Hao was startled when he heard a shout from behind him. He didn't see anyone around when he looked around. Moreover, Yi Hao's mind was filled with thoughts about the system. When he heard the sudden voice, Yi Hao's little heart started thumping wildly. Where's the hooligan? Yi Hao covered his chest with his clothes and looked back. He saw a little girl in a pink dress standing behind him. She looked like a little princess from a fairy tale. Little girl, there's no one else here. Besides, where would the hooligan be so bold as to come into the palace? H, you big hooligan, big pervert, big pervert. The little girl pointed at Yi Hao angrily and said, which palace are you from? Aren't you afraid of being punished? You're not wearing clothes in broad daylight. Be careful, or I'll get someone to flog you. Although Yi Hao was a 9-year-old brat, his mental age was more than 20 years old. He admitted that he wasn't a lolicon, but he had to admit that the little girl in front of him was extremely cute. She would definitely be a great beauty when she grew up. She would definitely be much cuter than the child stars in his previous life. However, this little girl was actually in the palace. This meant that her identity was definitely not as simple as a palace maid. He could tell just by looking at her attire. Which palace maid could wear a jade hairpin on her head and a pair of small gold bracelets on her hands? She might be one of the little sisters that his imperial father gave birth to for him. At the thought of this, Yi Hao's face immediately turned cold. Yi Hao didn't have any good feelings towards his brothers and sisters. Although he had turned into an idiot in the past few years, his subconscious told him that these brothers and sisters had bullied and humiliated him. Not to mention anything else, when he took off his clothes just now, he realized that there were more than 10 scars on his body. This didn't include the scars on his back that he couldn't see. In the palace, even if he was an idiot, the other eunuchs and palace maids wouldn't dare to hit him unless they were tired of living. The ones who dared to hit him were either his brothers and sisters or their subordinates. Because in the palace, they were the absolute overlords. Other than the Yi Batian, they were afraid of no one. No one dared to make trouble for them, and no one could wait to curry favor with them. Perhaps one of them would become the emperor in the future. Yi Batian had so many things to do every day. No matter how much she loved him, it was impossible for her to devote all her energy to him. Therefore, he was the target of ridicule and humiliation from his brothers and sisters. Thinking of this, Yi Hao secretly clenched his fists and swore, I must become stronger. I want to summon a general. I want to summon an immortal. I want everyone to submit to me. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering the heart of the strong mission, SSS rank. Mission requirement: you have 1 year to obtain the acknowledgement or submission of all your brothers and sisters. You will gain control of 80% of the country of Yi's troops. Mission reward: mysterious item, 10,000 revival points, and 10 random generals. I actually triggered a mission? Yi Hao didn't expect to trigger another mission so soon. Moreover, it was an SSS rank mission. Did it have to be so fierce? However, when he saw the mission requirement, Yi Hao blushed with shame. He was only 9 years old, and it meant that he had to gain control of 80% of the country's troops by the age of 10. System, isn't this a little too difficult? 80% of the troops, that's close to 200,000 people. Yi Hao asked the chaos system in his mind. Of course it's difficult. Otherwise, why would it be an SSS rank mission? Of course, as long as you work hard enough, it's not impossible to complete it with the help of the system. Also, let me tell you a secret. That mysterious item is very helpful to you. Moreover, with 10,000 revival points, how many high-ranking generals can you summon? Even low-level immortals won't be a problem. The system tempted Yi Hao in a rare manner, as though it was afraid that Yi Hao would reject it. Accept. Of course, Yi Hao accepted it. Although he didn't understand why the system was tempting him, this mission would only bring him benefits and no harm. Moreover, as the system said, with 10,000 revival points, he would be able to dominate a region. Mission accepted. As this is your first time accepting an SSS rank mission, you will be rewarded with 100 revival points. If you fail the mission, you will be killed. The system's voice became softer and softer as it spoke. System, you. Yi Hao was very excited when he heard that there was an Easter reward. This was a general. His life was finally guaranteed. Just as he was about to praise the system, Yi Hao's face turned green when he heard the system's last sentence. You evil system, King did this on purpose. Are you trying to kill your old Hao? I was afraid that you would reject me, because that mysterious item is too important. The system's activation is no longer under my control. Otherwise, I would have given you the mysterious item directly. However, to compensate you, I can only find a loophole and give you 100 revival points. I can't do anything more than that. The system said apologetically. Forget it. Forget it. Old Hao, I will forgive you. If there are any benefits in the future, just think of old Hao. Whatever divine beast or horse, just give old Hao a dozen. Yi Hao wasn't a calculative person. From the system's tone, he knew the importance of this mission. In fact, from the beginning, even if the system told him about the mission's punishment, he would have accepted it. After all, everything had its risks. Only with risks would there be rewards. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. If he wanted to rise quickly, accepting this mission was the best choice. If he chose to give up, he didn't know when he would be able to achieve anything. His previous life was already ordinary enough. In this life, he wanted to go completely crazy. Since the chaos system had chosen him, he had a responsibility on his shoulders. The responsibility of the rise of the chaos realm. He believed that the system wouldn't harm him because he was already bound to the system. Yi Hao looked like a triad boss. Brother, we will live and die together in the future. We don't ask to be born in the same year, same month, and same day, but we will die in the same year, same month, and same day. We will share our blessings and you will shoulder our difficulties. Looks like I didn't choose the wrong person. The system thought to itself. Of course, it knew what Yi Hao was thinking. Although it looked at his cheeky face and didn't think much of it, the determination in its eyes revealed a hint of pressure. It's been hard on you, child. You have 100 resurrection points now. You can summon 100 normal people, 10 normal warriors, or 1 general. You can choose to summon them or not summon them for now. Summon general. Yi Hao mainly wanted to find someone to protect himself. Normal people were useless. Did he want to use normal people to fight the Imperial army? Wasn't that just asking for death? The strength of the warriors should be comparable to the Imperial army captain. However, there were tens of thousands of Imperial guards in the palace. Summoning 10 Imperial army captains wouldn't be very effective. Therefore, he still chose to summon a general. Although the general's strength was different, the weakest general was about the same as the Imperial army captain. It wouldn't be difficult for him to fight 10 Imperial army captains. Also, after summoning a general, Yi Hao had his uses. In the palace, there were eyes everywhere. Who knew if there were eyes watching him in the dark? Didn't the girl in front of him suddenly appear out of nowhere and give him a fright? Yi Hao was still brooding over the fact that the little girl gave him a fright. If someone discovered that there was an extra person who appeared out of nowhere, there would be some trouble. If there were 10 or even 100 extra people, there would be a lot of trouble. He wasn't worried about the others, but he was worried that Yi Batian would find out and force him to answer. Should he answer then? How should he answer? Drop from the sky? Even a fool wouldn't believe it. If he didn't answer, then he didn't have the strength to resist. Heartless imperial family. This was an ancient saying passed down from Earth. Yi Hao didn't know if it was true in this world, but he had to be careful. He felt like he was walking on thin ice. If he wasn't careful, he could fall into a bottomless abyss. His memories of Yi Batian only existed before he was 6 years old. In Yi Hao's heart, what would a 6-year-old child know? Perhaps Yi Batian doted on him so much at that time because of his talent. However, he had become a fool until now. It was hard to say if Yi Batian still remembered him. Now that he didn't have absolute strength, he had to be careful. May I ask which planet's general would the host like to draw from? Is it a famous one or an obscure one? The system gave Yi Hao the greatest help by asking this question. Originally, the system didn't have the obligation to ask these questions. If it wanted to draw, it would draw randomly. It didn't matter which planet it was from, it would draw whoever it drew. However, the system was grateful to Yi Hao, so it would help him if it could. I'll draw from Earth's famous generals, Yi Hao said without thinking. Besides Earth, how would he know about any other planet? There were no living creatures that knew about them either. What if he drew a demon? It was safer to draw from Earth. Which country to draw from? China. Yi Hao saw a screen appear in front of him. On the screen was a beautiful and vast universe. He guessed that this should be the primal chaos realm. However, it made him feel lifeless. It made him feel an indescribable sadness from the bottom of his heart. Planets kept flashing on the screen one after another, making Yi Hao gasp in amazement. This was because it was too shocking. Those planets seemed to be floating in front of his eyes. Every time, Yi Hao felt that he was about to collide with half of a planet. Time passed quickly and slowly. Yi Hao felt like a century had passed. After browsing through half of the Chaos Realm, the screen finally stopped on a blue planet. It was the extremely familiar and affectionate Earth. Yi Hao saw through the screen that everything on Earth had stopped. It was as if it had been frozen in that second. He wanted to reach out and touch it, but he realized that there was nothing there. Only then did he remember that he was no longer on Earth. However, everything was too real, making him mistakenly think that he had returned to Earth. The system did not stop and traveled to a pitch-black world. Yi Hao guessed that this should be the underworld. Just like the human world, all the souls of the dead had fallen into a deep sleep. Yi Hao even saw the 10 kings of hell. They were no exception. They maintained their office posture and fell into a deep sleep. It had to be said that the underworld was bigger than the human world. There was basically no end to it. Otherwise, it would not be able to contain so many souls. Seeing this, Yi Hao secretly swore that sooner or later, he would revive all these people and dominate the other world. He would let the blood of Huaxia's Yang Huang chaos spread throughout the other world. However, how many resurrection points would that require? Yi Hao secretly clicked his tongue as he looked at the densely packed souls in front of him. Furthermore, Earth was just a corner of the Chaos Realm. However, without pressure, where would the motivation come from? Fortunately, Master Hao has a big heart. Finally, the system stopped on a soul. The screen in front of him disappeared instantly, and a message appeared in his mind. Chapter 4. Are you crazy? Before Yi Hao could ask the system where Zhao Zilong was, he suddenly felt a pain down below. When he came back to his senses, he saw the little girl staring at him in embarrassment. Yi Hao held his little brother and cried out in pain, "Why did you pinch me?" I'm sorry," the little girl said awkwardly. Her 2 white fingers played with her skirt helplessly. She thought Yi Hao was a little eunuch, but she didn't expect to misunderstand. At first, when she caught Yi Hao naked and dazed in front of her without any fear, Li Yura was displeased. She thought about how to make trouble for this little eunuch. She sized up Yi Hao and saw that Yi Hao seemed to be hiding something in his pants. Li Yura smiled proudly in her heart. She wanted to make Yi Hao suffer and catch Yi Hao in the act. In her heart, she already thought of Yi Hao as a thief. He must be hiding something in his pants. She sneaked over and sized up Yi Hao. When she realized that Yi Hao hadn't noticed her, she grabbed him fiercely with her little hand. Yi Hao's mind was completely focused on the system. He had long forgotten that there was another person beside him. That was why Li Yura was able to grab him. Seeing Yi Hao's angry expression, Li Yura knew that she was in trouble. Although she was still young, she knew more or less about that. After all, as the daughter of a respectable family, she had received good education from a young age. She also learned about this kind of knowledge. "Are you all right?" Li Yura asked carefully, afraid that she would really pinch Yi Hao until he became a eunuch. Yi Hao wanted to get angry, but when he saw the little girl's pitiful appearance, he couldn't do it. He thought about it and decided to forget it. Why should he be so calculative with a little brat? Oh no, oh no, oh no. Yi Hao suddenly thought of something and ran away. "I almost delayed the mission. The mission hasn't failed yet, so I should be able to make it." "Oh no." Li Yura frowned and looked at Yi Hao's back. She didn't understand what he meant. Could it be that I pinched him? Li Yura suddenly thought, "No, I have to follow him and take a look." She also ran in the direction Yi Hao ran. After running for a few minutes, Yi Hao saw the magnificent building in front of him. Yi Hao knew that he had made it in time. The door to the throne room was still closed, which meant that the morning court wasn't over. Phew, luckily. I made it in time. Yi Hao let out a long sigh. It seemed that his body was really weak. He was already panting like this after running for such a short distance. Yi Hao found a corner and wiped the sweat off his body with his clothes. Then, he immediately put on his clothes and strode towards the throne room. Yi Hao was curious about the mission. Why wasn't it done yet? Just as his left foot was about to step on the stairs, the system notification sounded, "Congratulations host for completing the mission. You are rewarded 10 revival points and a dragon tiger pill." Yi Hao held the dragon tiger pill in his hand. With a thought, the information of the battle of the dragon tiger appeared in his mind. Consuming the dragon tiger pill will give you 1,200 kilograms of strength. There are no special requirements for the user. Oh no, I knew Old How didn't come here for nothing. The system is so generous. Just running and I got a godly pill. For the chain mission, the rewards. Yi Hao's depression from the sneak attack was gone. He was very excited. If he could get 8 or 10 more pills, he would be invincible. Ding Dong triggered chain mission 2. Amaze the world with a single feat, return with a strong stance. Let everyone know that the old Yi Hao is back, and even stronger than before. Mission reward, 80 revival points, special gift package. Since I'm going to return with a strong stance, I have to shock everyone. Yi Hao wanted to keep a low profile because he was too weak. But now that he had this dragon tiger pill, his confidence was boosted. The system wouldn't allow him to keep a low profile either. All right. Yi Hao took out the pill and placed it in front of his nose for a sniff. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted into his nose. Is it really that magical? It can give me 1,200 kilograms of strength. This is heaven-defying. He believed that if he sold this pill, he would be able to get a sky-high price. But he wasn't stupid. Such a heaven-defying thing, No matter how many he had, he wouldn't take it out. This was something that could only be in his own hands. If it fell into the hands of someone with bad intentions or an enemy, it would be a huge problem for him. Unless he had something even stronger. Yi Hao swallowed the dragon tiger pill. He felt a warm current flowing through his limbs. The energy in the air was rushing into his body. Yi Hao slowly closed his eyes in comfort. Look, what is that? Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? Why did the air condense into a huge whirlpool? Look, there's someone under the whirlpool. At this moment, the Imperial guards in front of the throne room were discussing softly. They were all stunned by the unbelievable scene in front of them. Could it be an immortal down there? That's too cool. It should be. Legends say that only immortals can cause such a phenomenon. But why would an immortal appear in a country like ours? That seems to be the foolish prince. The discussion grew louder and louder. Boom. At this moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A few of the Imperial guards with weak hearts were so scared that they knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Until someone knelt, one by one, the Imperial guards knelt on the ground. After all, if it really was an immortal, it was not someone that ordinary people like them could afford to offend. These immortals did not care about worldly affairs and could destroy a country with a flick of their finger. If there was anything to blame, it was because Yi Hao had caused such a huge phenomenon that the Imperial guards mistook him for an immortal. Of course, Yi Hao did not know what was happening at this moment. At this moment, he was closing his eyes. His expression was sometimes comfortable and sometimes ferocious. This was because the energy in the air was cleansing his bones and changing his body. It allowed the energy to fill his cells. It constantly broke through and healed. With every second, Yi Hao's body was getting stronger. One must know that Yi Hao's use of the dragon tiger pill was the right choice. Because he was only 9 years old. If he wanted to instantly have a strength of 1,200 jin, how would his body be changed? His future achievements would be limitless. This was also the reason why the system rewarded him with a divine pill even though he had completed an insignificant mission. Because only when Yi Hao became stronger, his chances of survival would increase. Only then would there be hope for the Chaos Realm to rise again. Chapter 5. When the head eunuch beside Yi Batian saw that Yi Batian's expression wasn't good, he quickly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, this old servant will go and take a look." Go. Yi Batian forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. Nothing went according to his wishes today. First, it was the enemy nation eyeing him covetously. Then, it was his own children killing each other. Now, these Imperial guards actually dared to make a ruckus in front of the throne room. Did they even have any respect for him, the Emperor? Everyone knew that if nothing unexpected happened, the people making a ruckus outside would be in for a bad time. Therefore, everyone lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at Yi Batian for fear of angering the Imperial Majesty. The fifth prince was the most worried. He felt uncomfortable kneeling in the throne room, as though thousands of ants were biting him. Fortunately, the ruckus outside attracted Yi Batian's attention. Otherwise, he would be in for a bad time. He didn't expect Yi Batian to dote on that fool to this extent. Originally, he was instigated by the second prince, telling him that Yi Hao wasn't favored for many years and that it would be fine for him to do so. Who knew that Yi Batian would fly into a rage because of a fool? If it wasn't for Yi Batian cleverly bringing up the clan rules, his flesh would have been torn apart. He sneaked a glance at the emperors and saw that each of them was rejoicing in his misfortune. Those who had a good relationship with him were acting as though it had nothing to do with them, especially the second prince. After all, he was working for the second prince, yet the second prince didn't even spare him a glance. He couldn't help but gnash his teeth in anger. A sinister glint flashed in the corner of his eyes. "Don't let me get the chance. Otherwise. Your Majesty. Immortal. 18th Prince. God bless great Yi." The old eunuch who went out was in tears. He was so emotional that he couldn't even speak clearly. The most shocking thing was that the old eunuch didn't even notice his hat running off. What's going on with Eunuch Ju? No matter what happened in the past, It has never been like today. That's right. If he didn't have some ability, he wouldn't have been able to dress up in front of His Majesty for so many years. Earlier, I seemed to have heard an immortal. Could it be that an immortal has appeared in our great Yi country? How is that possible? Although our great Yi kingdom is vast and abundant in resources, it's impossible for an immortal to appear here. You must know that an immortal can ensure the prosperity of a country for hundreds of years. I think I heard the 18th prince. Could it be that the 18th prince has turned from a fool to a madman? Are you messing around in the throne room? Yes, that's possible. No one was willing to associate a fool with an immortal, because that was simply too inconceivable. What the hell happened? Why are you all so flustered? Yi Batian asked anxiously. The old eunuch had been with him for a long time, so he knew him very well. If it wasn't something serious, he wouldn't be like this. However, judging from the old eunuch's happy tone, Yi Batian knew that it wasn't a bad thing. Reporting to His Majesty, the 18th prince has become an immortal. The old eunuch came to the front of the throne room, fell to the ground, and reported loudly. Seeing the disbelief in everyone's eyes, Eunuch Jew continued, the 18th prince has triggered a heaven and earth anomaly. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. He must have become an immortal. He thought to himself, if the 18th prince isn't becoming an immortal, then what is it? Can you mortals trigger a heaven and earth anomaly? Quickly bring me to have a look, Yi Batian said. At the same time, he did not care about his image as an emperor and ran outside. If what the old eunuch said was true, then the heavens would bless the great Yi kingdom and all the problems would be solved. However, he was also very puzzled. The 18th prince had been a fool for 3 years. Why would he suddenly run to the throne room and become an immortal? Wasn't this too inconceivable? Seeing Yi Batian walking outside, the one who was the most unsettled was the second prince. He led a few princes and followed closely behind Yi Batian. The other princes also looked at each other. The first prince and the fourth prince looked at each other and nodded. Then, under the lead of the first prince and the fourth prince, a few other princes followed behind. The second prince had the most influence in the palace. The fifth prince, the seventh prince, the ninth prince, the 11th prince, and the 15th prince were all under the second prince. The first prince and the fourth prince's influence were second. However, they were closer to each other. As for the smallest prince's faction, it was naturally the third prince's faction. The sixth prince stood behind the third prince and looked at the backs of the other princes and asked in a low voice, "Third brother, aren't we going to take a look?" The third prince looked at the sixth prince and the third prince beside him. After thinking for a while, he laughed and said, "Of course, how can we not go for such a big matter? If the 18th prince becomes an immortal, we still need to maintain a good relationship with him. Third brother, do you think the 18th prince has really become an immortal? But a few days ago, I saw fifth brother leading a group of people to bully the 18th prince." The third prince asked doubtfully. In his mind, the person who was still a fool a few days ago suddenly recovered and even became an immortal. We will know once we go and take a look. I actually hope the 18th prince can become an immortal. That will only bring us benefits and no harm. The third prince didn't believe it either. However, he believed that Eunuch Jew wouldn't dare to speak without thinking. After all, deceiving the emperor was a crime punishable by death. Moreover, as he said, if the 18th prince became an immortal, it would only bring them benefits and no harm. Why? Third brother? The 13th prince was very puzzled. He thought that if the 18th prince became an immortal, the third brother would have one more competitor. Why did he say that it would only bring them benefits and no harm? The third prince touched the head of the third prince with a smile and thought, "The 13th prince, you are too naive. You really shouldn't have been born in the royal family. Or you should have turned to the second prince. You really shouldn't have followed me." 3 years ago, the princes in the palace were divided into 4 camps, the first prince's camp, the second prince's camp, the third prince's camp, and the fourth prince's camp. The genius 18th prince didn't belong to the camp. However, later, the second prince's mother became the empress, and her power suddenly increased. Most of the princes turned to the second prince's camp. The first prince and the fourth prince had no choice but to stick together and fight against the second prince. The third prince didn't want to fight for the throne, so he naturally gave up. However, he knew that if one day his father died and the first prince ascended to the throne, the situation would be better. If the second prince or the fourth prince ascended to the throne, he didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Both of them were vicious and insidious, and neither of them could tolerate sand in their eyes. At that time, all of his brothers in the palace would be killed. Now the 18th prince suddenly jumped out. According to his previous understanding of Yi Hao was not a bad person. At that time, the second prince and the others wouldn't dare to act recklessly. In the future, Yi Hao would be the one to ascend to the throne. After all, no one had the strength to fight against an immortal. At that time, at least he could save his life. Yi Hao didn't know that just because he took an elixir, it would cause such a big sensation. Of course, he didn't become an immortal. It just increased his strength. Chapter 6. Yi Hao was still miles away from becoming an immortal. Because these people had never seen the heaven and earth anomaly, they mistakenly thought that Yi Hao had just become an immortal. Even the lowest level of immortals could easily kill dozens of Yi Hao with a pinky. But given enough time, all of this would not be a problem. Who didn't have immortals? There were a bunch of them lying in the Chaos Realm. The Jade Emperor and Buddha were all people who could dominate a world. The stronger ones were Tao ancestor Hongjun and Lady Nua. They could destroy a planet with a flick of their fingers. Yi Hao felt the energy of the pills in his body gradually depleting. Then, the heaven and earth energy seemed to have lost its attraction and lost its connection with Yi Hao's body. Yi Hao slowly opened his eyes and looked in front of him. He was shocked. Damn. What's going on? So many people are looking at you. Don't you know that I can feel shy? And those brothers over there, why are you kneeling? I don't have any New Year's money for you. Thinking of this, Yi Hao subconsciously touched his pockets. Luckily, he did not have anything valuable on him. After all, this was the first time he was surrounded by so many people. As a 21st century otaku, Yi Hao was more or less nervous. He did not understand why so many people were looking at him, but he quickly adjusted himself. This meant that after transmigrating, his heart had been greatly strengthened. But because they were too far away, Yi Hao could not hear what the crowd was saying. Yi Hao could only walk up the stairs. He had no other choice. Moreover, he wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. What was to come would come. Son greets father. Yi Hao walked in front of Yi Batian without any fear. He was not nervous at all. He tidied his clothes and looked calm, as if it was not something a 9-year-old child should have. He bowed to Yi Batian. Quickly, rise. Yi Batian was indeed an emperor. He quickly recovered from the shock of the heaven and earth anomaly. What happened just now? Your brain. Yi Batian wanted to know exactly what happened. He asked anxiously. After walking up the stairs, Yi Hao had a rough understanding of what had happened from the system. The system did not expect that a single pill would cause such a huge reaction. It had already thought of a countermeasure. Father, I don't know how I ended up here. When I woke up, I realized that my spiritual intelligence was fully awakened. Moreover, there was an inexplicable power in my body. Perhaps some immortal secretly helped me. What Yi Hao had to do now was to play dumb. In any case, these people had no way to verify it. Since it was the immortal they were talking about, he could just push all the blame onto the immortal. He believed that they would not suspect anything. Men, get the best imperial physician to examine the 18th prince. Although Yi Batian knew that Yi Hao's words were half true and half false, he didn't expose him. Who was he? No one could compare to the emperor who governed a country with a population of tens of millions. Otherwise, how could he control his officials? But when he thought of the heaven and earth anomaly that happened to the immortal and Yi Hao, Yi Batian suspected that it might have something to do with her. Was it really her? Did she come back? When he thought of this, a trace of guilt and longing flashed across Yi Batian's eyes. But he quickly hid this, and no one noticed it. It's great that you recovered. You suddenly recovered. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Quickly follow father to the throne room to talk. Yi Batian asked with a face full of concern. At the same time, he reached out to hold Yi Hao's hand. Yi Hao was a little surprised. Could it be that father was really so good to him? The concern in his voice didn't seem fake, which surprised him. He didn't expect Yi Batian to be so concerned about him among so many princes. Yi Batian pulled him aside and secretly sized up Yi Batian. Because Yi Batian was so good to him, it warmed his heart slightly. It was a strange feeling that he had never experienced in his previous life. In his previous life, his parents had died in an accident, leaving him only a house and a sum of money. But at that time, he was only 4 or 5 years old. No one had cared about him since he was young. He could only keep Yushi company every day. He thought that he would never have the chance to experience fatherly and motherly love again. Even when he transmigrated here, he didn't yearn for it. If it were an ordinary family, there might still be hope. But this was the emperor's family. Once he entered the palace, it was as deep as the sea. The cruelest family in the world was the emperor's family. On Earth, it was common for the emperor's family to kill each other for the throne. But he didn't expect Yi Batian to be so good to him. That kindness came from the bottom of his heart and wasn't an act. Otherwise, as someone who had watched so many TV dramas in the 21st century, he would have been able to tell at a glance. You treat me like a son, and I took your silly son's body. Take it as me owing you. Don't worry, I will be filial to you in the future. As for those sons of yours, as long as they don't cross my bottom line, I will spare their lives. Yi Hao secretly decided in his heart. He didn't want to become a homicidal maniac who killed his father and brothers. That was a kind of moral bottom line. Yi Hao wouldn't easily cross that line. And if these brothers were determined to kill him, he wouldn't just sit and wait for death. He had seen many people looking at him with murderous gazes just now. Sigh. Everyone wished to be born in the emperor's family, or transmigrate to the emperor's family. He really didn't know what they were thinking. They had to constantly scheme against each other. It was so tiring. Yi Hao sighed. Fortunately, he had the chaotic system. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the confidence to live. Seeing Yi Batian holding Yi Hao's hand affectionately and his tone full of concern, everyone's eyes showed surprise. Over the years, His Majesty had never been so good to any prince. In the past, he was good to Yi Hao, but they didn't see it with their own eyes. Now, it was really happening in front of them. Many people's eyes changed when they looked at Yi Hao. Some were jealous, some were resentful, some were envious, and some wanted to curry favor with him. Everyone had their own plans in their hearts, and no one made a sound. I really envy 18th brother. 18th brother is 18th brother. After 3 years of silence, he is so favored when he just came back. It's really infuriating to compare with others. The third prince shook his head and said with a smile. That's right. Unlike some people who are arrogant and despotic, but what's the use of not being favored by father? They can only rely on the power of their mother's family. The sixth prince also chimed in, and his eyes looked at the second prince intentionally or unintentionally. The second prince was already in a bad mood. When the third prince and the sixth prince echoed each other, they almost mentioned him by name. His face immediately became gloomy. However, he couldn't do anything to the third prince and the sixth prince. Although the third prince's power was the smallest, he still had 2 large armies to rely on, so he didn't dare to act rashly. He didn't dare to do anything to the third prince, but it didn't mean that he didn't dare to do anything to Yi Hao. No matter how much father favored Yi Hao, he still had a way to deal with him. He asked the fifth prince to whisper something in his ear. Chapter 7. Men, give the 18th prince a seat. Yi Batian instructed the eunuch. Yi Hao's sudden recovery had relieved a lot of the self-blame that had accumulated in his heart for the past few years. Naturally, he was in a much better mood. Father, I'll just stand. No, you've just recovered. It's better for you to sit down. Yi Hao looked at the hall full of civil and military officials. No one was sitting down, even though he did not want to attract any hatred. However, he could not offend Yi Batian, so he could only agree. Soon, Eunuch Ju and two young eunuchs brought over a mahogany chair. Yi Hao smiled and nodded slightly at Eunuch Ju. When Eunuch Ju saw Yi Hao's friendly attitude towards him, his face immediately flushed red. It was as if the emperor had promoted him. It seemed that the heavenly anomaly just now had a great impact on many people's hearts. The imperial physician, he requests an audience. Yi Hao had just sat down when a young eunuch's voice came from outside. Declare. Summon the imperial physician he for an audience. Eunuch Ju shouted at the top of his voice. Yi Hao looked at the scene in front of him and found it very amusing. The scene in front of him was like a television series. The court officials, as well as the eunuchs and palace maids. If he didn't know that Earth had been destroyed, he would have thought that he had transmigrated to that era. However, this feeling of novelty quickly disappeared. The court was full of civil and military officials, as well as his imperial father, who was sitting on the dragon throne, and even Eunuch Ju, who had greeted him with a smile, made him have no choice but to be careful. After all, this wasn't a game. If he wasn't careful, he could lose his life. This was simply a tiger's den. How good would it be if I could go back? Actually, there's nothing bad about being an otaku. At least I wouldn't have to worry about my life. Yi Hao thought to himself. Long live the emperor. The imperial physician, he saluted Yi Batian. You may rise. I wonder if your majesty, I asked you to come here because I want you to examine the 18th prince's body. Before imperial physician he could finish his question, Yi Batian ordered. Yes, your majesty. Imperial doctor, he stood up. At this time, he noticed that there was another person sitting in the court. It was only because he was too anxious earlier that he didn't notice. The child sitting in the chair had a calmness that even adults could not compare to. There was no trace of panic on his face as he sat in the court. Imperial physician, he carefully looked at Yi Hao a few times. He couldn't help but nod to Yi Hao's calmness and walked in front of him. Your Highness. But he was puzzled. This child didn't look was. Yi Hao said with a smile. He just wanted to be a good person. He didn't want to offend anyone. He Nyan quickly came to a conclusion by looking, listening, questioning, and feeling the pulse. It seemed that the 18th prince had really become better. What made him curious was how a fool could suddenly become better. It must be known that Yi Hao had been treated for an entire year. The imperial physicians in the palace were really unable to do anything, so Yi Hao gradually stopped being cared for by the imperial physicians. He Nyan didn't believe that the imperial physicians in the palace were all useless. Your Majesty, the 18th prince is normal. There is nothing wrong with his body. Then the 18th prince's. Yi Batian looked at Yi Hao and pointed at his head. Your Majesty, through my examination, the 18th prince's intelligence has been fully recovered. There is no damage. Yi Hao was surprised. He didn't expect that the ancient people could really examine the body without using modern medicine. Although this wasn't Earth, He Nyan's examination was exactly the same as in TV series. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Father. Hearing He Nyan's words, all the officials and emperors congratulated him. Father, although the imperial physician he said that 18th brother has recovered, why don't you test him? See if 18th brother has recovered or is stronger than before. The 5th prince stood up unwillingly. Hearing the 5th prince's voice, Yi Batian frowned and a trace of disgust flashed across his eyes. It seemed that the 5th prince really needed to go out and gain experience. He actually dared to provoke him again and again. Yi Hao paused. Who was this person? He didn't do anything to him. Why was he looking for trouble? Did he think that old Hao was easy to bully? Yi Hao looked at the 5th prince unhappily. Yi Batian had already sentenced the 5th prince's future to death. However, he felt that what the 5th prince said made sense. After all, although Yi Hao had recovered, the extent of his recovery was still important. If he only recovered to the level of a normal person, although he was stronger than an idiot, his future would be gone. He definitely wouldn't be able to win against his sons. If he recovered to the same level as before, that would be great news. Yi Batian didn't ask for Yi Hao's chili to be stronger than before. He just wanted him to recover. Then fifth prince, do you have any test methods? Yi Batian agreed to the test, but the method was still a headache. Seeing that Yi Batian agreed to the test, the fifth prince was delighted. He knew that he had completed what the second prince asked him to do. Father, why don't you ask him directly? The enemy is eyeing us. Does 18th brother have any good methods? Fifth prince, you must be joking. 18th prince has just recovered. Even if he is a genius, he wouldn't have any good method. Qin Mo heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Yi Hao had recovered. Although he wanted to give his son to Yi Hao as a servant, that father didn't want his son to have a good future. However, the situation forced him. Now that Yi Hao had recovered, he had no choice but to make a choice. After weighing the pros and cons, Qin Mo decided to stand on Yi Hao's side because he couldn't stand the way the princes did things. General Qin is right, this test is too difficult. Fifth prince, you should change it. There were many officials who didn't like the fifth prince's methods. Asking someone who had just recovered to give a suggestion was too much. There were also many in the second prince's faction who supported the fifth prince's idea. The eldest prince and the third prince watched the show happily from the side. They didn't help either side, waiting to reap the benefits. Father, my 18th brother has just recovered. I don't think it's appropriate for him to take the test now. In my opinion, he should rest first and take the test another day. The third prince stood up and nodded to Yi Hao in a friendly manner. Then, he said to Yi Batian. Yi Hao sat on the chair and watched the officials arguing. He secretly memorized everyone's faces in his mind. He had a rough idea of who supported him and who didn't. He didn't expect so many people to speak up for him. At first, Yi Hao felt that it was difficult for him to move an inch in the palace. It seemed that it wasn't as bad as he thought. Seeing the third prince speaking up for him, Yi Hao tried hard to remember. This should be his third brother. In his impression, he was a good person. However, he didn't know the details. After all, people could change. Moreover, this was the palace, so he couldn't say anything. Okay, we'll do as the third prince says. The court is dismissed. Yi Batian looked at the fifth prince disappointedly and announced. If it was a simple test, Yi Batian would have agreed. But such a difficult question made him very disappointed in the fifth prince. This was because he knew that even if Yi Hao recovered his intelligence, he would not be able to come up with a good plan. This was only a 9-year-old child. The civil and military officials were all unable to do anything, so what could his youngest son do? His fifth son was too disappointing. He didn't want to come up with a good test. He just wanted to embarrass his younger brother. Father. Yi Hao suddenly called out to Yi Batian. Are you feeling unwell? Tell the imperial physician where you feel uncomfortable. Yi Batian asked worriedly. He didn't want his son to become a fool again after he recovered. Thank you, father. Yi Hao suddenly felt warm in his heart. I'm fine. I just don't know what's troubling you. Tell me and I'll help you. Although he didn't like the fifth prince making things difficult for him, he couldn't dismiss the court because he hadn't completed the task. He had to stop Yi Batian. Based on his understanding of this world, there was basically no military strategy in this world. People didn't use any strategy when they fought. They only knew how to talk about strategies on paper. If it was a little difficult, they would be badly battered. As long as it wasn't too difficult, Yi Hao believed that he could definitely solve it. The fifth prince always wanted to see Yi Hao make a fool of himself. Seeing Yi Hao asking for trouble, he immediately told him everything. After that, he looked at Yi Hao proudly. I don't know if Jiang Qijing has a good idea. After hearing the fifth prince's words, Yi Hao couldn't be bothered to look at the fifth prince anymore. Yi Hao was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and would beat him up. He briefly analyzed the fifth prince's words in his mind. Indeed, the current situation was very unfavorable for his country. The army was too spread out. If the enemy country attacked, they wouldn't be able to resist in time. Everyone looked at the 18th prince curiously. Could the little genius from 3 years ago really come up with a good plan now? Most people didn't think highly of Yi Hao and were prepared to see Yi Hao make a fool of himself. What kind of good plan could a child come up with? Then what was the point of these ministers? However, there were still a few people who hoped for a miracle. Currently, the country of Yi had 10 armies. Each army had close to 20,000 people. Altogether, there were more than 200,000 people. However, it was impossible to send all of them to the battlefield. At the very least, they had to leave behind 100,000 to defend against other countries. Including the imperial army and some government soldiers, they could only gather 150,000 soldiers at most. The most difficult thing was to assemble all of these 150,000 soldiers. The country of Zhao wouldn't give them the chance to assemble so brazenly. According to the intelligence, the country of Zhao had already gathered 200,000 soldiers. Although the war hadn't started yet, it was only a matter of time. 150,000 against 200,000. We are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. We still have to assemble all of these 150,000 soldiers. Otherwise, everything will be for naught, Yi Hao analyzed in his mind. At the same time, he didn't understand what the country's scouts were doing. The enemy's army of 200,000 was already at your doorstep, and you only realized it now. Chapter 8. 18th Brother, have you thought of something yet? Everyone has been waiting for you for a long time, the 5th prince asked disdainfully when he saw Yi Hao frowning in deep thought. 5th brother, why are you in such a hurry? Can't you see that 18th brother is thinking? The 3rd prince stood out to speak for Yi Hao. At the same time, he looked at Yi Hao worriedly. His tone didn't carry much hope. Let's see what kind of lousy plan he can come up with. Seeing the 3rd prince speaking for Yi Hao, the 5th prince didn't dare to say anything and shrugged helplessly. Reporting to your majesty, the envoy from Zhao country is here for an audience. Time. No matter what kind of plan he came up with, he must have enough time to prepare. Just when Yi Hao was still thinking, the eunuch's voice suddenly came from outside the store. Why is someone from Zhao country here at this time? There was no news at all. Could it be that they want us to bow down to them? No one understood why someone from Zhao country would come at this time. At this time, both countries were about to start a war. Could it be that they were really here to negotiate? Yi Hao's eyes lit up as he suddenly thought of something. Haha, the heavens are helping me. The time is here. Yi Hao's difficulties were solved. 4 years ago, Zhao country's strength wasn't as good as Yi country. They had been trying to curry favor with Yi country. At that time, Yi Hao was showing off his abilities. If there were no accidents, he would definitely be the heir to Yi country. Zhao country saw the opportunity and betrothed the 9th princess to Yi Hao. For the sake of the relationship between the two countries, Yi Batian naturally accepted. If everything went smoothly, it would definitely become a legend in the future. Unfortunately, Yi Hao suddenly became a fool. This couldn't be hidden from Zhao country. 2 years ago, Zhao country didn't dare to say anything. But now, Yi country had just gone through a war and hadn't recovered its strength. Its strength was much weaker than Zhao country. Moreover, Zhao country's 9th princess was also a talented woman in Zhao country. She had countless suitors. Gradually, the Zhao country's king was also dissatisfied with this marriage. After discussing it with his officials, he decided to send an envoy to cancel the marriage. They believed that Yi country would definitely agree. They also forced Yi country had no choice but to agree. After all, the army was already gathered at Yi country's borders. If Yi country rejected it, they would have a reason to send troops. Did a foolish prince really think that he was worthy of the princess of the Zhao state? A toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Declare. Although Yi Batian did not know why people from the state of Zhao had suddenly come, he knew that now was not the time to shed all pretense of cordiality. He straightened his clothes and instructed. Summon the emissary of Zhao. Upon receiving Yi Batian's order, Eunuch Ju immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, Not long after, 3 envoys walked in from outside the hall. Their faces were full of arrogance, and they did not put the officials in their eyes at all. Their noses were raised to the sky. Logically speaking, all envoys had to kneel down and pay their respects. However, the leader of the envoys only bowed slightly, and that was considered as paying respects to the Yi Batian. He completely disregarded Yi Batian. Seeing this, the officials began to discuss among themselves. However, no one dared to step forward and criticize him. Yi Batian could not help but frown. Emissary of the state of Zhao, is this the etiquette of the state of Zhao? The second prince felt that this was an opportunity for him to show off in front of his imperial father, so he stepped forward to criticize them. Who do you think you are? How dare you criticize us? The emissary of the state of Zhao was certain that the state of Yi would not dare to do anything to them. Therefore, he was even more unscrupulous. Before they came, they had been instructed by the princess to be as arrogant as possible. The second prince was so angry that he was speechless for a moment. How dare you? This is the second prince of our state of Yi. A minister who was on the side of the second prince immediately stepped forward and rebuked angrily. The emissary of the state of Zhao only glanced at the minister and did not care at all. Kneel down before this prince. Suddenly, Yi Hao, who was sitting at the side, moved. He kicked the 3 emissaries 3 times in a row, causing them to fall to the ground. Yi Hao could not take it anymore. They were already being bullied to the point of no return, yet they still wanted to reason with them. Were their brains damaged? Didn't they see that they were clearly looking for trouble? Who are you? Is this how the state of Yi treats its guests? The emissary of the state of Zhao was kicked to the ground. He wanted to get up, but after struggling for a long time, he realized that he could not get up at all. He did not expect that someone would really dare to make a move. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. No matter what, he was still considered a decent expert in the state of Zhao. Although he could not be compared to some generals, 5 or 6 ordinary men could not even get close to him. Now, he was actually kicked to the ground by a child and could not even get up. When did such a person appear in the state of Yi? This was simply innate strength. From his appearance, he should be one of the princes of the state of Yi. But why was there no news at all? The emissary could not understand. This was the 18th prince that he wanted to break off the engagement with. Seeing Yi Hao suddenly make a move and the 3 emissaries kneeling on the ground, everyone was secretly worried. They thought that the 18th prince was too reckless. However, there was an indescribable comfort in their hearts. No one stepped forward to criticize Yi Hao. Even the second prince did not jump out to make things difficult for Yi Hao. It seemed that the emissary of the state of Zhao had really angered him. When did the 18th prince's strength become so great? He kicked 3 strong men to the ground and they can't even get up. The 18th prince couldn't have really become an immortal, right? At this moment, everyone's heart was the same as the emissaries. They were curious about Yi Hao's strength. However, no one stepped forward to say anything. After all, there were still outsiders present. Many people looked at Yi Hao with a grave expression. At the same time, they began to make plans in their hearts. Yi Hao's sudden recovery, the heaven and earth phenomenon, and now his innate strength had stirred up the stagnant water in the palace. Many people had to think about their future. Many princes had faces full of jealousy. Especially the second prince, whose eyes were filled with killing intent. The eldest prince and 4th prince had smiles on their faces. However, one was clenching his fists while the other was frowning. It was not hard to see that they were not as calm as they appeared on the surface. Yi Batian was full of joy and did not blame Yi Hao. My state of Yi's etiquette is only for polite guests. Yi Hao snorted coldly. As for those who do not know manners and turn the tables on the host, of course, it's a different story. Who are you calling a beast? What? You're not convinced? Suddenly, Yi Hao squatted in front of the emissary and exuded the aura of a hooligan. Me. The emissary turned his head to the side. Little guy, you're quite arrogant. Seeing the emissary's expression, he ordered, men, drag these beasts out and feed them to the dogs. Yi Hao shouted at the door. A few imperial guards walked in. When they saw Yi Hao, they looked very respectful. It seemed that they had not recovered from the heaven and earth phenomenon just now. Drag these beasts out and feed them to the dogs. Yi Hao pointed at the 3 men lying on the ground. The imperial guards looked at Yi Batian. After all, without Yi Baishan's permission, they did not dare to act recklessly in the main hall. Everyone looked at Yi Batian. They thought that Yi Batian would stop them. Who knew that Yi Batian would actually nod his head? Immediately, the 3 emissaries' faces turned ashen. After receiving Yi Baishan's permission, the imperial guards dragged the 3 emissaries out. Chapter 9. I surrender, I surrender, I surrender. Please spare my life. At this moment, the envoy no longer had his arrogance. He did not want to be fed to the dogs. Preserving his life was more important than anything else. The remaining 2 envoys had long been scared out of their wits. Seeing that the envoy had admitted his mistake, they quickly begged for mercy. All right, drag them back. Yi Hao was only trying to scare them. He still needed to use these few days to buy time for the army to assemble. How could he really kill them? Hearing Yi Hao's words, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, including the Yi Batian. He was already prepared to fight to the death. Fortunately, his precious son did not really kill these envoys. Greetings, Emperor Yi. Greetings, Your Highness. The envoys felt as if they had just walked through the gates of hell and were dragged back. They obediently knelt on the ground and paid their respects. At the same time, they did not forget to pay their respects to Yi Hao. It seemed like they were really afraid of Yi Hao. Yi Hao's guess was right. These envoys were indeed here to cancel the marriage. The Yi Batian was instantly enraged. Under Yi Hao's persuasion, Yi Hao managed to buy a month's time for the country of Yi. This was because Yi Hao was certain that the country of Zhao would not be in a hurry. They would definitely have other considerations. Otherwise, they would not have sent people to cancel the marriage. This was unnecessary. Yi Hao said that cancelling the marriage was a big matter. There were still many unresolved matters in the country of Yi. How could the envoys dare to disagree? They hurriedly allowed themselves to be carried away for treatment. At this moment, Yi Hao also revealed the plan in his mind. Instantly, the officials were shocked. No one expected Yi Hao to come up with such a plan. If implemented, the country of Yi would definitely be in an invincible position. If executed well, they might even be able to destroy the country of Zhao in one fell swoop. Ding! Congratulations to Master for completing the mission. Amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Ding! Congratulations to Master for obtaining 80 resurrection points. Received a special reward package. Now that the mission was completed, Yi Hao did not want to stay here any longer. He immediately said to Yi Batian, "Father, your son is a little tired. I will take my leave first." After receiving Yi Baishan's permission, Yi Hao immediately left. Many of the officials had fawning expressions on their faces. Yi Hao did not reject any of them. In order to establish his image, he responded to them one by one. He knew that this was only temporary. These people were only interested in his potential. If he did not have absolute power, these officials would not stand by his side. The second prince had 3 armies behind him. The first prince and the 4th prince also had 3 armies behind them. Although the 3rd prince's forces were weak, he had at least 1 army behind him. The remaining 3 armies were neutral. In the neutral camp, only Qin Mo had a good impression of Yi Hao, but he hadn't stood on his side. Everything was still uncertain. There were also 30,000 imperial troops in the palace. They were the direct subordinates of the emperor. If he wanted to conquer the world, it was not enough to have a general. He had to have his own army. He did not dare to dream about the current army in the country. In the future, it would be good enough if these troops were not his enemies. It would be too difficult to recruit them for his own use. Yi Hao did not even think about the 7 armies that already had their own masters. However, he could make a fuss about the remaining 3 neutral camps. These people were still looking around. This meant that there was still a chance. However, He needed to take out his absolute bargaining chip. After all, these people were not his own people. He urgently needed to build his own army. Yi Hao's mind was filled with thoughts. Unknowingly, he had already returned to his palace. Prince Hao, you are finally back. I was so worried. A graceful palace maid ran towards him. She looked at Yi Hao with a worried expression. Prince, are you hurt? Looking at the palace maid in front of him, he thought for a moment. He knew that this was a palace maid who took care of him. She was not like the others who mocked him for being a fool. She took care of him carefully and completely treated him as her own brother. Sister Ling, I am fine. I went to look for my father just now. Yi Hao smiled and shook his head. He spread his arms to show that he was fine. Ah, Prince, you are fine? Jiuhong Chestnut looked at Yi Hao in shock. Usually, Yi Hao was always in a daze and never spoke to others. Now that he suddenly spoke, Jiuhong Chestnut noticed that Yi Hao was different. She looked at Yi Hao with tears in her eyes. When Yi Hao was 5 years old, he went to the battlefield with Yi Batian. She was brought into the palace when Yi Hao was 5 years old. At that time, she was alone in the chaos of war. She was found by Yi Hao. Under Yi Hao's pleas, Yi Batian agreed to let her take care of Yi Hao's daily life. At that time, Yi Hao was a talented young man. He looked bright and beautiful, but he was very lonely inside. He didn't have a playmate. He would only talk to her in private about what happened that day and which prince bullied him. He didn't tell his father, so she took on the role of an older sister and took care of Yi Hao. Later on, Yi Hao became a fool. The other palace maids and eunuchs all left in order to find a way out. After all, who would want to follow a foolish prince? How could they have a future like that? She didn't leave Yi Hao and took care of him because her life was given to her by Yi Hao. In her heart, she already treated Yi Hao as family, even though her status wasn't worthy. Sister Ling, I am fine. Why are you still crying? Yi Hao's heart warmed. He looked at Jiuhong Chestnut who had tears in her eyes and reached out to gently wipe away Jiuhong Chestnut's tears. This servant is just happy. Jiuhong Chestnut smiled as she looked at the young man who was half a head shorter than her standing on his tiptoes to wipe away her tears. Gulp. Sister Ling, I am hungry. Yi Hao awkwardly rubbed his stomach. At first, he didn't feel anything, but now that he was hungry, he felt like he could eat an entire cow. Maybe it was because his body was strengthened by the dragon tiger pill. This servant will go and prepare some food. Jiuhong Chestnut happily ran out. Yi Hao's mood improved a lot. The main reason was that too many things had happened today. It made him feel like he was dreaming. He returned to his room. System, where is Martial God Zhao Zilong? Can I summon him? Yi Hao couldn't wait to summon Martial God Zhao Zilong. This was his first subordinate in this world. I am Zhao Zilong from Changshan. Under the system's guidance, a white light flashed and a white-robed general appeared in the room. The system was really generous, actually allowing Zhao Zilong to bring his weapon and mount over. Luckily, his room was big enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fit a horse. He couldn't be so careless next time. He originally thought that he would be alone. This undoubtedly saved him a lot of trouble. When a general had a weapon and a mount, his battle prowess would undoubtedly increase by a lot. Zhao Zilong's strength was definitely on par with the country of Yi's 10 great generals. Greetings, Master. Zhao Zilong knelt on one knee. Brother Zilong, please get up. Yi Hao quickly helped Zhao Zilong up. System, does the summoned character have any memories of his previous life? Host, the summoned character's memories of his previous life have been erased. Moreover, he has been given a new identity. Zhao Zilong's identity is a person you saved a few years ago. Now that his body has recovered, he has come to seek refuge with you. Moreover, he is absolutely loyal to you. Yi Hao had an indescribable feeling in his heart. This was because Zhao Zilong was the only person who was from the same earth as him. However, his memories had been erased and he had been given an identity in this world. This was undoubtedly the best way to prevent the system from being exposed. Moreover, he had indeed been reborn. After all, It was still easy to control the small number of people now. However, in the future, his influence would only grow and the number of people he could summon would only increase. If someone leaked information about his previous life, it would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to him. He would definitely be treated as an invasive species by the people of this planet. At that time, it would definitely be more difficult to survive. This might be even better. Host, don't be too emotional. If everyone had memories of their previous life, the system wouldn't be able to control them. If it weren't for the system, they would be dead by now. Even if they were reincarnated, they wouldn't have memories of their previous lives. This is the law. Moreover, this is the best outcome for the Chaos Realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have the chance to live like they are now. The Chaos Realm would only become a speck of dust. Host, only by becoming stronger can the Yang and Huang bloodline continue in this other world. Chapter 10. Brother Zilong, you are now my personal bodyguard. Go to the backyard and find a room to rest. He asked Zhao Zilong to lead the horse to the stable in the backyard. Fortunately, although the horse had become stupid, the living space was not small. There was also a martial arts field and a stable in the backyard. These were used for the daily training of the servants. Unfortunately, they had been abandoned for a long time. Thinking about Zhao Zilong's identity, Yi Hao had a headache. There was suddenly another person in the palace. He hoped that no one would find out. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. It seemed that he had to be more careful in the future. Yi Hao wanted to put Zhao Zilong back into the system space, but the system told him that once a character was summoned, it could not be put back. He had no choice but to give up. Ding. Do you want to open the special gift pack? Open. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained detection, beast taming, archery, 300 sets of weapons and armor, and a level 1 city. So many things. Yi Hao exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, he was secretly happy. This system was different from the novels. It was so generous. After completing 2 insignificant missions, the rewards were so generous. System, you are too generous. He immediately learned the 3 skills. Yi Hao Country, Yi, Level 10 Kingdom, Identity, Yi's 18th Prince Strength, Martial Artist Peak, 100 to 200 Jin is considered an ordinary person. 300 Jin is considered a Level 1 Martial Artist. Skill, Detection, Beginner, can detect information of characters not higher than the main character by 2 levels. Beast Taming, Beginner, can tame ordinary horses and wild beasts. Archery, Beginner, can shoot from 100 steps away. Resurrection points, 90 soul points, 0 reputation points, 27 military general. Zhao Zilong, Martial Artist Peak, items, 300 sets of weapons and armor. City, can be built Level 1, for 3 months mission. Heart of the Strong SSSA. My reputation points have reached 27. Yi Hao guessed that his reputation points had increased by 27 because of his performance in the imperial court. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame this world. The system had also given him 300 sets of armor. He was just about to recruit troops when the system sent him equipment. This was undoubtedly timely help. It was a pity that he did not have anyone on hand. Yi Hao resisted the thought of using the resurrection point to summon ordinary people. Good steel should be used on the blade. System, what the hell is this city? Yi Hao looked curiously at the map in the system space. There was a drawing of a city and a countdown behind it. City blueprint. You can find a suitable place to build a Tier 1 city. You can summon it without building it. Moreover, the city can be upgraded. As for the time, it tells Master that he still has 3 months to use it. If he doesn't use it, it will disappear. Yi Hao realized that he could never understand the system. He had thought that it could only summon generals, but now it could even summon cities. It gave him weapons and cities. Could it be that it wanted him to rebel? Miss Little Ling, what's the occasion today? You brought so much good food. Is it a gift for us? Get out of the way. This is food for the 18th prince. TSK, what's the use of giving it to that idiot? He won't become smarter even if he eats it. It's better to give it to us. That's right. Even if he becomes an idiot, he still needs us to serve him. I think you should obediently hand over the good food. Otherwise, aren't you afraid that the 18th prince will tell his majesty and blame you? Johong Chestnut was so anxious that she almost cried. The two little eunuchs blocked her way and prevented her from passing. The 18th prince was starving. Moreover, she was no match for these two little eunuchs. Sister Ling, what happened? Yi Hao asked with a frown after hearing the commotion outside. It's nothing, Your Highness. Go in and wait for this servant. Johong Chestnut's expression became even more anxious. She was afraid that she would provoke the two little eunuchs. She was just a little girl. Although Prince Hao had returned to normal, he was still a child. The two eunuchs were both 17 or 18 years old. When the time came, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. This servant will chat with these two eunuchs for a while. Johong Chestnut forced a smile on her face and signaled Yi Hao not to worry. She was afraid that Yi Hao would be bullied. Johong Chestnut had a reason to be worried. Yi Hao had become an idiot in the past 3 years and was injured almost every day. Johong Chestnut was very distressed, but there was nothing she could do. None of the princes were willing to help Yi Hao. It was harder for her, a little palace maid, to see His Majesty than to ascend to heaven. Now that Yi Hao had finally recovered and there was some hope in his life, it was still uncertain whether Yi Hao would be favored or not. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Hey, isn't this our idiot prince? Little Puppy turned around and looked at him with a face full of mischief. His eyes were full of disdain and he didn't take this idiot prince seriously at all. Little Puppy, I think this idiot prince is itching for a beating again. Little Egg's eyes revealed a trace of viciousness. He rubbed his hands together and looked like he was going to teach Yi Hao a lesson. What's wrong? You two dog slaves want to rebel against your master? Yi Hao didn't take these two little eunuchs seriously at all. These two eunuchs were even worse than ordinary people. If they really wanted to court death, he didn't mind sending them on their way. Little Puppy, why do I feel that the idiot prince isn't an idiot anymore? What are you afraid of? We have the second prince's people behind us. After beating him up, we can seek refuge with the second prince. Maybe we can even get a reward. Little Puppy was more cautious and he was a little worried. However, when he heard Little Egg's words, he rolled his eyes and thought for a while. He thought that since he had already offended Yi Hao, it wouldn't make a difference. After beating him up, he might be able to get a future with the second prince. At this moment, outside the palace, a group of people was looking at them. Second brother, aren't we going over? The fifth prince looked at the courtyard and asked respectfully. No. The second prince played with the fan in his hand and spat out these two words. But those two eunuchs are our people. Are we just going to watch them get beaten up? Beaten up? I don't think so. The second prince's mouth flashed a trace of a sinister smile. Don't think so? As soon as the fifth prince finished his question, Little Puppy and Little Egg attacked at the same time. Their fists fiercely smashed toward Yi Hao, showing no mercy. Ah! Prince Hao, dodge quickly. Johong Chestnut saw the two eunuchs suddenly attack and the food in his hand fell to the ground in fright. His face turned pale and he anxiously shouted at Yi Hao. You're courting death. As they were relatively close, Yi Hao knew that he couldn't dodge in time. His body naturally reacted by bending to one side. Fortunately, he wasn't too tall. He narrowly avoided the two eunuchs' fists, but his reflexes weren't slow. His fists were like dragons coming out of the sea and hit the two eunuchs hard in the stomach. Little Puppy and Little Egg's vicious smiles froze on their faces. Their stomachs were overturned and they flew out directly and fell to the ground. Prince Hao, are you all right? Johong Chestnut was shocked. Although he didn't know what had happened, he still ran to Yi Hao and asked nervously. At the same time, he checked whether Yi Hao was injured. How can you be so strong? Chapter 11. You two pieces of trash, why aren't you scramming? Are you waiting to die? Yi Hao angrily shouted. Although the two eunuchs had provoked him, he couldn't kill them. The two eunuchs didn't cross his bottom line, so he let them go. Yes, thank you for sparing us, 18th Prince. The two eunuchs hurriedly got up and helped each other up. These two useless pieces of trash. The 5th Prince clenched his teeth and cursed. Although he knew that the two eunuchs were useless, he didn't expect that they would be dealt with by Yi Hao in one punch. He thought that he could at least touch Yi Hao's brows, but who knew that it would end before it even started? Don't worry, 5th brother. The 2nd Prince patted the 5th Prince's shoulder. The show wasn't over yet. Let's go, Sister Ling, let's go back to the house. Yi Hao didn't want to pay attention to the two eunuchs anymore. He stretched out his hand to pull Johong Chestnut. Careful. Hearing Johong Chestnut's shout, Yi Hao felt himself being pushed away. He turned around and saw Johong Chestnut holding one of his arms in pain. Johong Chestnut was holding a dagger in his hand. There was still a trace of blood on the dagger, and his face was filled with ferocity. You're courting death. Yi Hao was thoroughly enraged this time. Although he didn't know any martial arts, he had a body full of strength. Johong Chestnut hurriedly waved the dagger in his hand, but Yi Hao quickly grabbed Johong Chestnut's hand. Catcher. He broke Johong Chestnut's hand and stabbed the dagger into Johong Chestnut's heart. Ding dong, you killed Johong Chestnut. Reward, 1 soul point, 1 dagger, and 7 copper coins. Seeing this scene, Johong Chestnut turned around and ran. Yi Hao threw the dagger in his hand at Johong Chestnut. Perhaps because he had learned archery, the dagger accurately stabbed into Johong Chestnut's neck. Johong Chestnut clutched his neck and fell to the ground. Ding dong, you killed Johong Chestnut. Reward, 1 soul point, 3 copper coins. Ding dong, congratulations to the owner for obtaining the first drop of blood. Reward, butterfly shadow step. Whatever the system said, Yi Hao didn't listen to it at all. His heart couldn't calm down for a long time. After transmigrating here, he knew that he would kill people sooner or later. But now, he thought about it. He had only transmigrated for less than a day and he had already killed 2 people. Prince However's son, are you alright? Johong Chestnut TS Heart of Sti of T, TSSSSTS holding. TTTT of them TTTs to kill TTTT City Chestnut T of course. Of you Jew of TT of them of TS Death T of T you Prince TT of course of. Should. 40 TTT. If you didn't kill em, we'd be the ones dead now. Moreover, for their crimes, it wouldn't be too much to kill em all. Killing em is already too easy. Johong Chestnut patiently consoled Yi Hao. He was afraid that Yi Hao would be traumatized. Thank you, Sister Ling. Yi Hao smiled innocently. Johong Chestnut was right. He could only blame himself for not being able to adjust his mentality. That's why he was so scared. Yi Hao looked at Johong Chestnut's wound and was filled with gratitude. If it weren't for Johong Chestnut, he wouldn't have been able to make the Chaos Realm rise and spread the Yang Huang bloodline in this world. He would have been dead long ago. System, is there any medicine that can treat knife wounds? Yi Hao asked the system. It was too late to go to the Imperial Academy of Medicine now. He couldn't even find the way, so he could only ask the system with a glimmer of hope. Yes. If it's just to stop the bleeding, it won't leave any scars. Of course it won't leave any scars. On Earth, scars were the most fatal to a girl. Since she was injured because of him, he had to treat it for her. Only then would he feel better. Ding. Congratulations on spending 10 reputation points to obtain the golden saw pill. Yi Hao pretended to take out a porcelain bottle and opened it. Immediately, the fragrance of the pill wafted out. Here, Sister Ling, eat this pill. Yi Hao handed the pill to Johong Chestnut. Prince Hao, this is the pill that His Majesty gave you, right? It's too precious. This servant has no use for it. You should keep it. Johong Chestnut looked at the pill in her hand and immediately refused. She was just an ordinary palace maid. She had only heard of pills like this but had never seen one before. She was even more reluctant to use it. It was better to leave it for Prince Hao to use. This is an order. Are you going to disobey my order? Yi Hao was afraid that Johong Chestnut would refuse and pretended to be angry. This servant doesn't dare. This servant will eat it now. Johong Chestnut thought that Yi Hao was really angry and hurriedly took the pill and ate it. Yi Hao stared at the 9 rainbow caltrops wound and saw that the blood was no longer flowing out. Soon, it had scabbed over. The 9 rainbow caltrops' complexion was much better. It was no longer as pale as before and had a hint of color. Sister Ling, do you have any reaction? Although Yi Hao knew that the system's products were all of high quality, he still asked with concern. It's a little itchy. Johong Chestnut saw that Yi Hao was so concerned about her and felt warm in her heart. At the same time, she was very touched. This pill had taken effect so quickly. It was definitely a gift from His Majesty to the prince. There weren't many pills like this in Yi, but the prince had given it to a palace maid. Thank you, Prince Hao. Johong Chestnut knelt on the ground and said with tears in her eyes. Sister Ling, you can call me Little Hao in the future. Also, I should be the one thanking you. If you didn't take the knife for me, I would have died. Yi Hao hurriedly helped Johong Chestnut up. This servant doesn't dare. Johong Chestnut stood up and shook her head to refuse. All right then. Seeing that Johong Chestnut didn't agree, Yi Hao didn't force her. After witnessing the miracle of the pill, Yi Hao immediately confirmed the importance of reputation points. This was simply a divine pill. If his troops had one in the future, it would be equivalent to having an extra life. Although it was still too early to talk about this, it did show that reputation points were very important. 18th brother, what happened here? Why are 2 eunuchs dead? There's food all over the floor. Could it be that 18th brother fought with the eunuchs for food? The second prince walked in arrogantly with a group of people. The 5th prince said sarcastically, "Oh, just now those 2 slaves scolded 5th brother that you're worse than a pig and a dog. I was so angry that I killed them. So it's you, royal brothers." Yi Hao had already noticed the second prince and his group, but he was too lazy to pay attention to them. He didn't expect them to jump out themselves. He didn't know what they were up to. "I don't know why you're here, royal brother. I'm still very busy." Yi Hao directly asked him to leave. "You." The 5th prince was so angry that he couldn't say anything. He knew that he was being scolded, but he couldn't refute. The eunuchs said that it was the eunuchs who said it. Now that the eunuchs were dead, there was no evidence. 18th brother, what are you talking about? Can't I come here for a walk when I'm free? The second prince showed an amiable expression and kept waving the fan in his hand. Then you can walk around. Sister Ling, let's go and eat. Yi Hao was too lazy to pay attention to this hypocrite. In this palace, the second prince was the most vicious and merciless person. Yi Hao couldn't deny that he was responsible for his stupidity. Anyway, they would be enemies sooner or later. Yi Hao didn't want to pretend to be polite to him. 18th brother, you're still young. You'll be at a disadvantage when you're young and impetuous. The second prince still looked like a good elder brother, scolding his younger brother with an elder brother's tone. But he didn't hide the threat in his eyes at all. But Yi Hao didn't pay attention to him at all. He leaned over to Johong Chestnut's ear and whispered something, which made Johong Chestnut laugh heartily. It was the first time that the second prince was ignored like this. He was burning with anger in his heart. "I'm here to tell you that your body has recovered. You'd better be careful in the prince assessment in 2 days." "Well, thank you for reminding me, second brother," Yi Hao said without looking back. "Let's go." The second prince couldn't stand it anymore. He was afraid that he couldn't help but lose his temper. "Second brother, this guy doesn't listen to reason or force. And how did he become so strong?" The 5th prince followed the second prince and said carefully. Chapter 12. 18th brother, what happened here? The third prince came with a group of people as soon as the second prince left. Seeing the vegetables and corpses all over the floor, he asked, "Third brother, why are you here?" In Yi Hao's impression, only the third prince's group was decent. He didn't want to be on bad terms with the third prince, so he told him everything. "How dare you? Come and clean this place up." There was a trace of anger on the third prince's face. He ordered his subordinates to clean up the place. Yi Hao was still worrying about how to deal with the two eunuchs' corpses. The third prince happened to help him. 18th brother, I think I saw second brother and fifth brother just now. Yi Hao led the third prince and the others into the room and asked the Johong chestnut to make tea. The third prince asked tentatively. He didn't know why the second prince came here. If he came to win over Yi Hao, it would be more troublesome. He hoped that was not the case. "Third brother, don't worry. It's definitely not what you think." Yi Hao was in his 20s in his previous life. He could tell what the third prince was thinking at a glance. He smiled and replied, hinting that he didn't have a good relationship with the second prince and telling the third prince not to worry. "That's good. That's good." The third prince took a sip of tea awkwardly after being seen through by Yi Hao. He felt relieved and said, "Come and bring the things here." 6 eunuchs came in with 3 boxes. They put the boxes down and went out. "Third brother, what are these for?" Yi Hao looked at the 3 boxes. He didn't know what was inside, but he didn't want to open them, so he had to ask. He wondered what the third prince wanted to do. Why did he give him gifts for no reason? The third prince walked over and opened the 3 chests one by one, revealing gold ingots. Yi Hao's eyes lit up. There were at least 10,000 taels here, but if the third prince didn't state his intentions, he wouldn't dare to accept it. 18th brother, every time a prince is born, father will reward him with 20 shops to cover his daily expenses. You have become a fool. No, your body has become ill, so your shops have been abandoned. 4 of them are in my hands. This is the profit of these years. The third prince explained with a smile. Thank you, third brother. In Yi Hao's memory, there was indeed such a thing. If the third prince hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have remembered it either. If his guess wasn't wrong, the remaining 16 shops must have been divided among the princes. Since the money belonged to him, Yi Hao did not reject it. It was because he had changed for the better that the third prince would return the money to him and befriend him. Why had he not seen the third prince give him a single cent before? Of course, Yi Hao would not say it out loud. Besides, he was penniless now. How could he develop his forces in secret? It seemed that he had to take back all the shops. After all, they were his only source of income. After the third prince left, Yi Hao asked, Sisterling, do you know the specific locations of my shops? The system gave him a quest. Ding dong. Congratulations master for obtaining a random mission. Reclaiming your shop. Reclaiming 10 shops will reward 50 resurrection points. Reclaiming 15 shops will reward 100 resurrection points. Reclaiming 20 shops will reward 200 resurrection points. Time limit, 3 days. 9 Rainbow Caltrop found herself increasingly unable to see through this Prince Hao. Not only had his mind suddenly recovered, but he also had a body full of strength. He did not fear the second prince and the others at all, and the third prince even sent money over to befriend them. What on earth had happened on this day? Was this still Prince Hao? He couldn't be dreaming, right? No matter what, he would be Prince Hao's man for the rest of his life. He would only take care of him. Of course I know. Prince, you left all the shops to me to manage. But after you fell ill, the shops were divided among the other princes. It's all this servant's fault for being useless. I can only live on that little bit of money. Now that the third prince has taken back 4 shops, our lives will be much better, Johong Chestnut said with a bit of self-blame. Sister Ling, thank you for your hard work, Yi Hao said emotionally. He could imagine how helpless Johong Chestnut had been all these years. If it wasn't for Johong Chestnut, he would have starved to death. Unknowingly, a day passed just like that. At night, Johong Chestnut and Zhao Zilong had a simple meal. Johong Chestnut was also very surprised to see Zhao Zilong, but he didn't ask much. He was only happy that the prince had taken in a warrior. At night, Yi Hao used the remaining 90 resurrection points to summon 9 rank 1 warriors. Although it was a little painful, he had no choice. After all, he had no one to use. There were 20 shops. How could he and Zhao Zilong take care of them all? Moreover, he couldn't let Zhao Zilong take care of the shops. It would be a waste of his talent. After a busy day, the resurrection points were all used up. He summoned the character's attribute list: Yi Hao Country, Yi, 10th rank Kingdom, Identity, Yi's 18th Prince Strength, Peak Warrior, 100 to 200 pounds is considered an ordinary person, 300 pounds is considered a rank 1 warrior, Skill, Detection, Basic, can detect information of a character no higher than 2 ranks than the main character. Beast Taming, Basic, can tame ordinary horses and wild beasts. Archery, Basic, can shoot within 100 steps. Resurrection points, 0 soul points, 2 reputation points, 17 General, Zhao Zilong, Peak Warrior, 9 rank 1 warriors, not summoned. Items, 300 sets of armor, City, can be built at level 1, Dagger Money, 10,000 gold ingots, 10 copper coins. Mission, Heart of the Strong SSS, take back the shops. After looking at the attribute list, Yi Hao lay down on his bed and fell asleep. In the second prince's palace, the second prince was drinking wine with a few other princes and admiring the enchanting dance of the dancers. Second brother, third brother also went to Fool's Place this afternoon and even returned the shops. The fifth prince pulled a dancer over. The dancer giggled and sat on the fifth prince's lap. Second brother, should we return the 8 shops in our hands? The ninth prince asked carefully. Return? What a joke. How can I return the things that are in my hands? Can I be like that useless third brother? The second prince sneered, his tone full of disdain. He picked up the wine cup on the table and took a sip. His left hand grabbed the dancer's twin peaks. The dancer was in so much pain that tears welled up in her eyes. However, she didn't dare to make a sound and still forced a smile. The second prince looked at the dancer in his arms who was in pain but didn't dare to make a move. He smiled proudly. He liked the feeling of being above others. Moreover, there are 7 to 8 fighters in each shop. Although they aren't warriors, ordinary people can't deal with them. I don't believe that a 9-year-old child can overturn the heavens. Chapter 13. Young Master, it's time to get up. Last night, Yi Hao had instructed Johong Chestnut to wake him up early in the morning. Since he was going to take back the shop today, Johong Chestnut came knocking on his door early in the morning. Come in. Yi Hao stretched his back and got dressed under the care of Johong Chestnut. Fortunately, he remembered the concept of being served in the morning. Otherwise, he would not be used to it. Brother Zilong, you're up so early. Yi Hao greeted Zhao Zilong in the courtyard. He was carrying a stone lion that weighed a few 100 kilograms and jogging. Bang! When Zhao Zilong heard Yi Hao's voice, he immediately threw the stone lion aside and said, Greetings, Master. Get up. Brother Zilong, take a rest first. Let me try. When Yi Hao saw Zhao Zilong, he was also itching to try. Although the system told him that he had a strength of 1,200 kilograms, he had not tested it yet. Master, let's forget about it. Zhao Zilong said worriedly. Although he treated Yi Hao as his master, he really did not understand Yi Hao's strength. Yi Hao was only 9 years old. When he was 9 years old, it was already difficult for him to carry such a heavy object. Prince, let's eat first. Johong Chestnut also did not believe that Yi Hao could lift such a heavy stone lion. He was afraid that Yi Hao would look bad if he could not lift it. Put it down. Yi Hao knew that the two of them were worried about him, so he comforted them. Oh my God! Johong Chestnut covered his little mouth and was shocked by the scene in front of him. He saw Yi Hao walk to the stone lion and lift it up easily with one hand. Zhao Zilong's face was also full of disbelief. Although he could also lift the stone lion with one hand, he was already in his 20s while Yi Hao was only 9 years old. With this comparison, Zhao Zilong threw his pride aside. He originally thought that his strength was one of the best in the country of Yi, but when compared to Yi Hao, he was simply a frog at the bottom of a well. Yi Hao was wild with joy. He did not expect that he would become Hercules one day. He quickly put the stone lion down. Fortunately, there was no one else here. Otherwise, if someone saw it and it reached the ears of the princes, there would be endless trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden his strength when he killed the 2 eunuchs yesterday. Yi Hao knew that he couldn't reveal all his cards unless it was absolutely necessary. As for 9 Rainbow Caltrop and Zhao Zilong, he didn't have to worry about their loyalty at all. One was a product of the system, and the other was like an elder sister who took care of him. If they couldn't trust him, then he might as well kill himself. Let's go. Sister Ling, let's go out of the palace to eat something good today. Yi Hao pulled Johong Chestnut, who was still in a daze, out of the palace. Zhao Zilong followed respectfully behind them. When they reached the palace gates, Yi Hao flashed his identity token and easily left the palace. The capital was indeed the capital. At this moment, the streets were bustling with activity. The sound of hawking could be heard everywhere. There were all kinds of strange trinkets everywhere. Yi Hao was also interested. Sister Ling, come here. Yi Hao walked to a small jewelry stall and picked up a hairpin. Regardless of whether Johong Chestnut agreed or not, he put it on her head. It's so pretty. Sister Ling, thank you for taking care of me. Take this hairpin as a gift from me. Do you like it? Johong Chestnut blushed and nodded shyly. Boss, how much does this hairpin cost? Yi Hao asked. After the boss finished speaking, Yi Hao felt awkward. He didn't have any silver on him. All he had was gold. Luckily, with the help of the system, he was able to exchange it for silver at a ratio of 1 to 100. They strolled around for a while and finally saw a restaurant. Young master, please come in. The waiter saw that Yi Hao was dressed differently and was followed by maids and guards. He immediately greeted him warmly. I want a pot of good tea and some good snacks. Yi Hao took out a few silver taels and tossed it to the waiter. Seeing the waiter's happy face, Yi Hao's vanity was satisfied. Sister Ling, let's go take a look at the shop that third brother gave us. Did you bring the deed for the shop? The 3 of them sat at a table. Yi Hao looked at the people coming and going downstairs and asked. Don't worry, young master. I brought it. Because they were outside the palace, Johong Chestnut cleverly changed the way she addressed him. But, why did you bring the deeds for all 20 shops? Johong Chestnut asked in confusion. Because, I want to take back all the shop. Yi Hao replied domineeringly. Ah. Johong Chestnut dropped the snacks in her hands. But those shops are in the hands of the 2nd prince, the 1st prince, and the 4th prince. Can we take them back? That's why I asked you to bring the deeds. We have to convince them with reason. Yi Hao's small face revealed a sly smile. Oh. Johong Chestnut believed it, but felt that something was wrong. However, she didn't think too much about it. After breakfast, Yi Hao went to take over the 4 shops that belonged to the 3rd prince. Perhaps the 3rd prince had made arrangements beforehand. There was only one person waiting for Yi Hao in each shop. After Yi Hao arrived, he handed the keys to Yi Hao and left. The locations of the 4 shops were not bad. It seemed that Yi Batian didn't let his sons down. Yi Hao thought to himself. If it wasn't for the system, he would have lived a good life just by collecting rent. After locking the door, Johong Chestnut led him to a coliseum. This was the most profitable shop among the 20 shops. Of course, this coliseum was in the hands of the 2nd prince. It could be said that it made a lot of money for the 2nd prince every day. With Yi Hao's personality, he would choose the most difficult shop to start with. The rest would be much easier. Yi Hao originally wanted to look for the person in charge of the shop. However, when he saw the bustling scene, he had an idea. The 2nd prince had made so much money from this coliseum. He had to get back the interest no matter what. Zilong, are you interested in fighting a few rounds? Yi Hao looked around, then suddenly turned around and asked Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong looked at the few fields. Each field was surrounded by a group of people. In the center of the field, there was a cage. In each cage, there was a wild beast. Then, the people were allowed to fight with the wild beasts barehanded. However, if it was not the person who died, then the beast would die. However, he could tell at a glance that these were just ordinary wild beasts. If an ordinary person fought a wild beast, it might really be a fight to the death. However, in front of a martial artist's subversive strength, it was still not enough. Hence, he shook his head. Seeing Zilong shake his head, Yi Hao felt that it was a pity. His plan had failed. However, at this moment, the system issued another mission. Mission 1, Fight the Wild Beasts. Win 10 rounds and receive 100 resurrection points and a special gift pack. Chapter 14. Yi Hao had no reason to reject the mission. He was overjoyed because this mission was simply a free one. He immediately accepted it. In the Colosseum, one could use money to pressure others to fight the beasts. One could also challenge the beasts themselves. If one won, one would receive a considerable amount of money. However, this was very dangerous. Unless one was really short on money, very few people would do this. Therefore, in the Colosseum, most of the beasts that fought with the beasts were slaves that were bought with money. Some of them were captives from enemy countries, and some were prisoners on death row. The moment Yi Hao accepted the mission, 2 people in the cages were killed and eaten alive by the beasts. Jiuhong Chestnut nervously pulled on Yi Hao's clothes. Zhao Zilong couldn't help but frown. Yi Hao looked around. Only a few of them were not used to it. Most of the others saw this scene and shouted excitedly. There were also some who cursed angrily. However, because they lost money, no one cared about the life and death of the 2 people. Yi Hao was not a savior, but the scene in front of him made him more or less uncomfortable. There were many places like this in the world. He didn't have the ability to control them, unless he unified the world one day. I'll go to the toilet first. Yi Hao found an excuse to leave. When he reached a corner where there was no one, Yi Hao summoned his 9 subordinates. Each of them had the strength of a first-ranked warrior. In other words, each of them had the strength of at least 300 jin. However, these people were not famous generals. They were just ordinary people. However, their strength had been increased by the system to 300 jin. Therefore, they were not like Zhao Zilong, who still had the fighting skills from when he was alive in his mind. They were just ordinary people with greater strength. However, Yi Hao was not satisfied with this because the system told him that the people he summoned were born with greater potential. If they were tempered by blood, they would grow quickly. Yi Hao did not want ordinary fighters, but experts who could take on 10 people at once on the battlefield. Only then would they be able to deal with sudden difficulties. Furthermore, Yi Hao had used his appraisal skill and found that the average strength of the wild beasts he put down did not exceed 200 kilograms. As long as these people were not too useless, they should be able to deal with them. Your mission is to sign up to fight those wild beasts. Everyone must do your best, or else it won't be worth it if you lose your life. I still have high expectations for you. Let it go, Master. We will definitely do our best to win the competition. The 9 of them knelt on one knee and pledged. In 2 hours, try your best to compete a few more rounds. The prerequisite is that you can do it. Whoever finishes the best, I will make him the captain of my guards and reward him with 100 taels of silver. Although these people were 100% loyal to him, they also had their own thoughts. Yi Hao would not treat them badly. Yes, Master. Here's 9,000 gold taels, 1,000 gold taels per person. Everyone bet on themselves during the gladiator fights. Yi Hao could not help but admire the system. It could even exchange for banknotes in this world. Otherwise, it would be too ostentatious for everyone to take out so much gold taels. After giving out his instructions, Yi Hao and the system spent 1 reputation point to exchange for a few packets of melon seeds. Together with Jiuhong Chestnut Zhao Zilong, they went to a private room on the 2nd floor to watch the show. Everyone, quiet down. A good show is about to begin. Just now, a few brave warriors were prepared to challenge the wild beasts. Let us welcome them with a round of applause. A middle-aged man who looked like a host walked up to the stage of all the cages and shouted, "Don't tell me that you guys found people to trick us again. Of course not. You should know that this is the second prince's business. How could he possibly play such tricks? Then why aren't you calling them up? Let us see how we can place our bets." The 9 people walked up to the stage one by one. They were arrogant and did not put anyone in their eyes. After the 9 people finished standing, they were immediately assigned to the 9 cages. The cages were already filled with new wild beasts, probably because they were hungry. Looking at the crazed crowd outside, their mouths were dripping with saliva as they roared angrily. With so many new faces appearing all of a sudden, the crowd did not know who to place their bets on. Discussions broke out one after another, but they quickly placed their bets. Most of them were not optimistic about the 9 people who had appeared out of nowhere. The 9 cages began to compete at the same time. At the beginning, the 9 people could only dodge continuously. This caused many people to feel relieved. It seemed that they had guessed correctly. How could a group of experts appear out of nowhere? Furthermore, they were so arrogant. Now, they were unlucky. The person in charge of the beast fighting arena wiped the cold sweat off his forehead as he cursed the 9 people in his heart. He had originally thought that he could rely on them to make a fortune. This time, he had suffered a huge loss. Fortunately, each of them had bet 1,000 gold taels. "Sister Ling, what do you think of these 9 people?" Yi Hao asked Johong Chestnut, who had already gotten used to this environment, as he munched on melon seeds. "Young master, I think these 9 people will die in the mouth of the beasts sooner or later. Look at them. Some of them are already injured, and they only know how to dodge. When they run out of strength, they will probably lose their lives." Do you think their heads were kicked by a donkey? Why would they participate in the beast fighting arena for no reason? Johong Chestnut was still analyzing the situation clearly at the beginning, but he was very puzzled at the end. Of course, his words could not be hidden from Yi Hao's ears. Yi Hao rubbed his nose and asked, "Brother Zilong, what do you think? Although these people are dodging, it can be seen that they are not using their full strength. It can only be said that they only have a body of strength, but their dueling skills are still very poor. However, they are constantly improving." Zhao Zilong hit the nail on the head. "Hey, Brother Zilong is right. They have already counterattacked." Johong Chestnut was shocked. Sure enough, the 9 people began to counterattack one after another. Moreover, they dodged better and more nimbly. From time to time, they would use their fists or legs to hit the beast's vital points. Under the pain, the beasts became even crazier and attacked even more fiercely. Damn, this is not an act, right? These people's situations are so similar. Who said that? Why are they acting? That's true. But this is too coincidental. It's too comedic. Stop talking. Those people's counterattacks are even more ordinary. Maybe they can really counterattack. Ah, roar. One of them seized the opportunity and hugged the beast's neck. He would not let go no matter what. His fists hit the beast's neck like raindrops. The beast struggled desperately in pain, but it was useless. It was beaten to death. The audience below became even more excited. They felt that half of their blood was burning. One by one, they shouted loudly. Soon, the remaining 8 people also caught their own beasts and killed them in various ways. Their bodies were covered in blood. It was impossible to tell whose blood it was. The blood directly ignited the audience's emotions. It's too inconceivable. These 9 warriors actually all survived. The host also felt that his blood had been ignited. He walked to the stage and said in disbelief. Although he knew that these people would not continue the competition, he still asked with a hint of desire, 9 warriors, do you still want to continue? It was because this was too satisfying. He had not felt so good in a long time. Chapter 15. Start quickly. Start quickly. I bet on them losing this time. I bet on them winning. Hearing that the 9 people chose to continue, everyone's mood was lifted. The gamblers continued to place their bets crazily. Yi Hao didn't stop the 9 people who chose to continue. He believed that these people would make the right choice. At the same time, he was overjoyed. Due to the first round, the animal arena didn't know the strength of the 9 people, so the bets were 1-1. However, this also allowed Yi Hao to earn 9,000 gold taels. This was the capital to recruit soldiers and buy food. In the second round, because the 9 people all suffered different degrees of injuries, everyone's bets were more or less raised. This meant that the banker didn't think that the 9 people would win. Young master, why are you smiling so happily? Johong Chestnut looked at Yi Hao strangely and asked. Oh, nothing. He didn't expect that he would be discovered by Johong Chestnut. Perhaps because he hadn't won 10,000 gold taels yet, the system didn't reward him with points. Yi Hao wasn't in a hurry. It hadn't even been 10 minutes, so it was still early. Quick, bite him to death, bite him, get out of the way. I've bet all my money on you winning. Don't let me down. The 9 cages started at the same time. The humans and the newly swapped beasts started tearing at each other. The humans' shouts and the beasts' roars mixed together. Perhaps because of the experience from the first round, the 9 people quickly got into the zone. They used all their strength and wanted to perform well. After all, their master was watching them from upstairs. If they performed well, they might be able to get the master's appreciation. The 9 people were like desperados. They used both their fists and legs and nimbly dodged the beasts. Sometimes, they were still caught by the beasts. However, they didn't suffer any injuries. The 9 people attacked the beasts as if they didn't care about their lives. Although Yi Hao was munching on sunflower seeds, his eyes never left the 9 cages. This was the best battle experience. He still had to fight in a while. Although he had a lot of strength, it was better to avoid injuries. After all, he didn't have any fighting skills, only the butterfly steps. The beast taming skill could easily subdue these beasts, but he couldn't use it. The system required him to fight. It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to go out and see how strong the beast taming skill was. If he could subdue some powerful beasts, then he could form a beast cavalry. Cavalry was a powerful existence on the battlefield. If he used wild beasts as his mounts, it would definitely be very useful for his future development. It could also be his trump card. The second round ended very quickly. The 9 of them successfully killed the wild beasts, and each of them only suffered some scratches. Moreover, it took them less time than the first round. Everyone present was in disbelief. Since when did the capital city have so many powerful people? Shouldn't these people be in the military or in the hands of some powerful forces? Why did they come here to fight? Everyone was puzzled. Some people from the big forces had already ordered their subordinates to investigate the origin of these 9 people, including the person in charge of the arena. Can't you find out any information? Zhu Jinhe frowned and asked. The sudden appearance of 9 powerful people made him uneasy. If they were deliberately causing trouble, then he would have to bear the consequences. However, these 9 people didn't do anything. They just fought there. At the beginning, the 9 people didn't stand out. They only used brute force to fight. Zhu Jinhe didn't care. He just paid a little attention. However, the more the 9 people fought, the more frightened he became. These 9 people were like desperados. After many years of calmness, he didn't panic. He just ordered his subordinates to invite a few experts over as a precaution. Although this was the second prince's territory, he still made arrangements carefully. At the same time, he had a bold idea. If these 9 people really didn't have any power, then he could subdue them and offer them to the second prince. It would definitely be a great merit. After the second round ended, Yi Hao earned a total of nearly 30,000 gold taels. No wonder so many people liked to gamble. It was really a huge profit. It seemed that he should consider opening a few casinos. Gambling in this world hadn't developed yet. There were only these kinds of fights. However, Yi Hao didn't plan to open one because it was too bloody. When the time came, he could make some dice and poker cards. It would definitely be a huge profit. I wonder if opening a casino will increase my reputation. Yi Hao had already made up his mind. When the time came, he could move some of his businesses from Earth to this world. Anyway, he didn't need to take care of them himself. The system didn't want to reward a business genius. At most, he could recruit some talents from this world. The third round started again under everyone's incredulity. However, this time, the 9 people's injuries worsened. Perhaps it was because of their physical exhaustion, but they still successfully killed the wild beasts. This round directly earned Yi Hao 40,000 gold taels. In addition to the 30,000 gold taels from before, Yi Hao earned a total of 70,000 gold taels in less than an hour. This money was at least enough for him to recruit a 50,000-man army. It was almost a year's worth of expenses. Only 6 people were left to participate in the 4th round. The other 3 were basically exhausted. If they continued to participate, their lives might be in danger. The other 6 people continued to participate. System: why are the 9 people summoned at the same time? Moreover, their strength is the same. But now, some of them are already exhausted. Yi Hao asked puzzledly. Of course it's different. They are living people. They have their own wills. I gave them the same starting point. However, when they reach that stage, it depends on their own wills. Therefore, they still need to train. Otherwise, even if I give them strength, they will only die if they meet someone of the same level. Master, you have to try your best to let them experience such hardships. Only then can they improve themselves. You have to know that they have great potential. The system reminded him. Even the summoned generals only have the fighting skills from when they were alive. Some are very strong, but some are only slightly stronger than these people. Therefore, their strength can still be improved, including Zhao Zilong. At present, due to the restrictions, the most I can give them is the strength of a warrior. However, strength is not only the same as strength. There are also fighting skills, fighting experience, and so on. There are actually restrictions. Yi Hao said in puzzlement, how can I remove the restrictions? Wait until your forces are strong enough. All right. It seems that the summoned generals are more suitable. At least they have the fighting skills from when they were alive. This is not something that can be bought with money. However, the summoned generals may also be weak and strong. Yi Hao looked at Zhao Zilong with satisfaction. It seemed that his luck was not bad. No matter what, Zhao Zilong was still a first-class general. Not to mention his fighting skills, he should be able to kill anyone of the same level. For example, Yi Hao and Zhao Zilong had the same strength now. However, Yi Hao would definitely not be able to last more than a few rounds against Zhao Zilong. This was because Yi Hao only had brute strength. Chapter 16. At the end of the 4th round, another 4 of his subordinates couldn't take it anymore. At the end of the 5th round, only one of his subordinates was left. The remaining subordinate managed to escape death a few times in the 6th round and won the match. Yi Hao had never taken back his money from the gambling table. From the 1st round to the 6th round, Yi Hao had earned a total of 300,000 gold taels. Yi Hao didn't really care about the gold taels. His main concern was the 300 resurrection points that he had earned. That was equivalent to 3 generals in his hands. Even the second prince wouldn't be able to find 3 generals by his side other than the army under his command. Those were the strength of martial artists. There weren't many of them in the entire Yi country. Moreover, every martial artist's peak strength was at the level of a general who led an army. In just a short while, not only did he earn 300,000 gold taels, he also earned 300 resurrection points. However, Yi Hao didn't want it to end like this. It was still early and he still had a few more rounds to go. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, the 9 subordinates went up to the private room on the 2nd floor. Everyone was curious about the identity of the person in the private room. Master. You guys take a rest first. Liu Shuofeng, you will be their leader from now on. Aye. Yi Hao took the banknotes and said to the subordinate who performed the best. Young master, these are all your men. Jiuhong Chestnut's face was full of disbelief. Zhao Zilong was only slightly surprised and didn't have much of a reaction. What orders does this young master have? Zhu Jinhe looked at Yi Hao and asked cautiously. He guessed that those people just now should be this child's guards. Judging from their aura, they weren't people he could afford to offend. Logically speaking, he knew all the princes and young masters of the Yi country's capital. However, he had no impression of Yi Hao at all. Could it be that he was from another country? Arrange a fight for me, Yi Hao said with a relaxed expression as he munched on sunflower seeds. What? Young master, are you joking? If the wild beasts hurt you, our arena won't be responsible. Zhu Jinhe stared at Yi Hao strangely. This arena was usually filled with people who were so poor that they couldn't afford to eat. Looking at Yi Hao's attire, he could tell that he was a young master from a wealthy family. Could it be that young masters nowadays all had masochistic tendencies? I know the rules. Hurry up and arrange it for me, Yi Hao said impatiently. Esteemed guests, there's still a good show coming up. A young master wants to fight. Everyone must seize the opportunity. Zhu Jinhe quickly made the arrangements. At the same time, the bets on the gambling table were out. Yi Hao glanced at it and sneered, looks like I've made a killing this time. He immediately bet the 300,000 taels of silver he had just received on himself. Under everyone's strange gazes, he accepted the receipt. This was because the casino did not think highly of Yi Hao. What could a 9-year-old do? So what if he had practiced martial arts since he was young? This was a bare-handed fight against a wild beast. Many strong men had died tragically under the claws of wild beasts. All the casinos offered a 0.85 bet. If the wild beast won, the payout would be 0.8 times, and if Yi Hao won, the payout would be 5 times. But even so, everyone still bet on the wild beast to win. In the capital city, everyone was rich. Some rich merchants and some young masters from the royal family bet on the wild beast. The minimum bet was a few thousand, while the maximum bet was a few 100,000. On the other hand, even if Yi Hao bet 300,000 taels of gold, he still could not compete with the other side. The other side had 2 to 3 million taels of gold. This is a huge loss. Zhu Jinhe's eyes never left the gambling table. Even if the bets were so high, no one was stupid enough to bet on Yi Hao to win. This time, they would lose at least 1 or 2 million taels of gold. If they included Yi Hao's bet, the losses would be reduced. But this was still more than a year's worth of profits for the arena. Kid, I think you should just admit defeat. That's right. That way, you can still keep your life. Everyone ridiculed him. Yi Hao could not be bothered with them and walked straight into a cage. A few strong men unlocked the cage, and the wild beast immediately pounced on Yi Hao in a frenzy. Yi Hao did not want to kill the wild beast immediately. Instead, he wanted to practice his fighting skills. He used the butterfly steps to nimbly dodge the wild beast. At first, he was still a little unfamiliar with the butterfly steps and could only dodge. Yi Hao could only slowly familiarize himself with it. Kid, are you a rat? You only know how to dodge. Who cares? When he runs out of energy, he will still be eaten by the wild beast. That's right. This time, everyone has made a huge profit. We should be thanking this kid. Yi Hao did not have the time to bother with them. He was fully focused on the battle. He slowly tried to use the butterfly steps to attack the wild beast. Yi Hao controlled his strength to about 1 to 200 jin. This was not enough to cause any fatal damage to the wild beast. The wild beast was getting more and more frenzied. Perhaps it felt that Yi Hao was teasing it. It attacked Yi Hao with all its might. Yi Hao was accidentally scratched a few times, but they were all superficial wounds. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, the wild beast's attack had slowed down. Die. Seeing that the wild beast had run out of energy, Yi Hao punched the wild beast's head. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing a normal wild beast. Reward, 1 soul point. Arrange for the next match. Yi Hao took the towel and walked to the front of another cage. What? He actually won? Am I seeing things? My money. Everyone was dumbfounded. They thought that Yi Hao would run out of energy and be torn apart by the wild beast. Who would have thought that Yi Hao would punch the wild beast's head? Ah. Good, good. Zhu Jinhe was stunned when he heard Yi Hao's words, but he was still filled with joy. He thought that he had lost a lot this time, but Yi Hao actually won. Other than Yi Hao's 1.8 million, he could still earn millions. In the second round, the stakes were changed to 1.1. Zhu Jinhe wasn't sure of Yi Hao's strength, but Yi Hao continued to bet on him. Zhu Jinhe wanted to be careful, so he still changed the stakes to 1.1. In the second round, most people watched quietly and didn't place any bets. However, there were still many people who bet on the wild beast to win. These people all thought that Yi Hao relied on luck. No one was willing to believe that a 9-year-old child could be stronger than a wild beast. This round lasted longer than the first round. Yi Hao kept practicing his fighting moves. When the wild beast was about to run out of energy, he punched the wild beast's head again. When the second round ended, Yi Hao's money became 3.6 million. The arena spat out all the money they earned from the previous round. They even lost a lot of money. At this moment, Zhu Jinhe immediately closed the gambling table. This was because he had a feeling that Yi Hao didn't recognize any of the gladiators. It was as if he was practicing with wild beasts. If Yi Hao won a few more rounds, forget about the arena, even the second prince's entire fortune wouldn't be enough to compensate him. Although everyone was unhappy, no one dared to make a fuss. What a joke. This was the second prince's business. No one dared to make a fuss. I won't earn anything after watching. Yi Hao shook his head in distress. He hadn't earned enough yet. However, it wasn't a small amount. He couldn't get 9,000 gold taels. Now that he had earned more than 3.6 million, he was considered a nouveau riche. Since there was no money to earn, Yi Hao was almost done practicing. He walked into the third cage. When the wild beast pounced on him, he sent it flying with a punch. It couldn't be more dead. In the fourth cage. In the fifth cage. When it came to the 10th cage, Yi Hao killed all the wild beasts in one move. It didn't even take a minute. Before everyone could react, Yi Hao had already returned to the second floor with the banknotes. Ding! Mission 1, Fighting Wild Beasts completed. He raised his knife and slashed at Yi Hao. Kill them all. Yi Hao stretched out his small hand to cover Johong Chestnut's glasses and ordered Zhao Zilong. He wanted to kill them, but they didn't want to, so they can't blame him. After receiving Yi Hao's order, Zhao Zilong raised his spear and knocked away the saber in the hand of the man. Then, he was swept away by the spear and died. Ding dong, subordinate Zhao Zilong killed a rank 1 warrior and received 10 soul points. That's possible. Yi Hao's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that his subordinates would be able to receive soul points from killing them. But I can get soul points from killing wild beasts, but they didn't get any soul points from killing wild beast. Host, you can adjust it. Because they are very weak and haven't reached their peak, the soul points they received were integrated into their bodies and became their own strength. Of course, the host can also adjust it so that you receive soul points. The system explained. Is that so? But Zilong's strength can't break through anymore. But the host's current level is not high enough, so the summoner's level is limited. Yi Hao rubbed his nose embarrassedly. After all this time, it was still because he was too weak. Wang Bie knew that he had met a tough opponent. Young master, you better think carefully. This is the country of Yi, and we are the second prince's men. If you know what's good for you, Chimph. Wang Bie knew that his group would definitely be at a disadvantage, but his tone didn't show any weakness as he sneered and threatened. Too much nonsense. Kill him. He still wanted to use the second prince to threaten him. He was simply courting death. After receiving Yi Hao's order, the spear in Zhao Zilong's hand was like a dragon emerging from the sea. Every time it landed, it would definitely hit the enemy's vital point, leaving a bloody hole. Wang Biei knew that he wasn't a match for them and immediately wanted to escape. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his neck, followed by a gust of cold wind. He lowered his head with difficulty and saw that there was still a trace of his blood on the tip of the spear. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a rank 5 warrior and receiving 50 soul points. Young master, please spare my life. Zhu Jinhe saw that the situation wasn't right and also wanted to escape. In the end, he was caught by Liu Shuofeng and brought to Yi Hao. His courage was almost broken as he quickly kowtowed and begged for mercy. I won't kill you. Take your men and scram. Yi Hao was too lazy to kill an ordinary person. Oh right, it's fine if you guys leave. If you dare to take away the things in the arena, I don't mind killing you. This. Zhu Jinhe was in a difficult position, but he didn't dare to resist. Who dares to be so presumptuous in the capital? At this moment, another group of people came from outside, but they were the capital's soldiers. They held arrows and aimed at the second floor. Captain Zhong, come and save me. Hearing the voices downstairs, Zhu Jinhe's eyes lit up with hope. No matter how bold this group of people was, they wouldn't dare to make a move in front of the soldiers. Shopkeeper Zhu, you are the second prince's man. Who dares to kill you? Zhong Yong shouted loudly downstairs. He didn't dare to go upstairs rashly. It wasn't because this was the second prince's arena. He was too lazy to care about other people's business. He usually lost a lot of money here. This Zhu Jinhe relied on the fact that he was the second shopkeeper's man and had never looked him in the eye. Now, he knew to beg for his life. Zhong Yong sneered proudly in his heart. Our young master said that you have no business here. Leave quickly. Liu Shuofeng stood in front of the window and said to Zhong Yong. How dare you? Do you still have the law in your eyes? Zhong Yong was angry and shouted loudly, if you don't let him go, none of you can leave today. Zhong Yong raised his hand and all the archers aimed at Liu Shuofeng. Liu Shuofeng calmly took out a token and threw it to Zhong Yong. Zhong Yong impatiently caught the token and glanced at it. Suddenly, his expression changed. Chapter 18. Zhong Yong knew very well that not every prince could get a prince's token. Normally, the prince's token was a silver token, but the one in his hand was a gold token. Only those who had a gold token would have the chance to become the crown prince. Zhong Yong wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He hurriedly ran up to the second floor and knelt in front of Yi Hao's door. This little one had eyes but failed to recognize the pearl and disturbed Your Highness. Your Highness, please don't blame me. What? Prince? Zhu Jinhe was confused when he heard Zhong Yong's words. When he saw the token in Zhong Yong's hands, he was shocked. He had seen this token before. The second prince also had one, but he did not know who this young man in front of him was. Zhu Jinhe also guessed that Yi Hao was an impostor, but the token could not be fake. Yi Hao walked up to Zhu Jinhe and stepped on him. He bent down and asked mockingly, why don't you believe me? No, I don't dare. Zhu Jinhe wanted to struggle, but found that he couldn't, so he didn't resist. You are a prince. You should know that this is the second prince's territory. No matter what, the second prince is your brother. It's not appropriate for a prince to do this. This place is mine. Why is it not appropriate? Sister Ling, show him the title deed. Jiuhong Chestnut quickly took out the title deed. Yi Hao took it and handed it to Zhu Jinhe. Go back and tell your master that I have taken back my shop. He doesn't need to worry about it. As for the money in the shop, it is compensation for all these years. You are the 18th prince. Zhu Jinhe saw the title deed and immediately thought of a possibility. As for the second prince, he did not know why the 18th prince was here. He did not dare to act rashly. He just wanted to tell the second prince what happened here as soon as possible. Yi Hao kicked Zhu Jinhe out of the room. A few employees immediately helped him up and ran away with his tail between their legs. Your Highness, I still have some matters to attend to. If you don't have any orders. Zhongyong saw that Yi Hao easily kicked Zhu Jinhe a few meters away. He secretly clicked his tongue and wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. What's your name? I'm Zhongyong. Here are 10 gold taels. Take it and buy some wine with your brothers. Yi Hao took the token and took out 10 gold taels and threw it to Zhongyong. Thank you so much, Your Highness. Zhongyong was overjoyed as he weighed the gold in his hand. That was equivalent to a few years of his salary. He pocketed the gold ingot and stole a glance at Yi Hao. He was so young, had the golden prince token, and was so generous. This might be his chance. I, Zhongyong, am willing to follow the lead of the 18th prince. I hope the 18th prince can fulfill my wish. Zhongyong made up his mind and knelt on the ground. Yi Hao let out a subtle smile and helped Zhongyong up. Are you really willing to join me? Absolutely. Zhongyong age, 23 strength, warrior level 1 strength, 321 pounds loyalty, 67 position, city defense team leader potential, 3 stars. It was the first time Yi Hao used their identify and Zhongyong's information appeared in Yi Hao's mind. System, what does loyalty and potential mean? A loyalty of 60 is a passing grade. A loyalty of 70 will not betray. A loyalty of 80 will not betray easily. A loyalty of 90 will not betray unless life is in danger. A loyalty of 95 and above will not change until death. Potential refers to the highest level of cultivation in this world. 1 star is enough to reach the peak of the warrior level. Doesn't that mean Zhongyong's potential is not bad? A warrior level 1 in Yi can lead an army of 20,000 people. But why is he only a warrior level 1? That's because he did not get a good cultivation method. Even if he did not get a cultivation method with 10 stars potential, he is no different from an ordinary person. Zhongyong had just joined him and his loyalty was already 67. That was not bad. It seemed that he had the intention to join him. Otherwise, his loyalty would not be 67. It seemed that he needed to be cultivated slowly. If you don't have anything else to do, send those brothers away first. Come and have a meal with me. Yi Hao had a plan in mind. Zhongyong sent his men away and Yi Hao ordered Liu Xiaofeng to collect the money in the shop. Fortunately, Zhuoheng Chestnut was familiar with the layout of the arena. Some of the places where the money was stored were easily found. Even if there was a lock, Zhao Zilong opened it with a shot. After counting all the money, Yi Hao's money had increased by more than 1 million gold taels, 200,000 silver taels, and 500,000 copper coins. This was the second prince's profit for the past 3 years. There was also a portion of his own money. Perhaps the second prince did not expect that someone would dare to take over his property. Sitting at the table and waiting for the dishes to be served, Yi Hao summoned his information. Yi Hao country, Yi, 10th grade kingdom, identity, Yi's 18th prince strength, warrior level, 100 to 200 pounds is considered as an ordinary person. 300 pounds is considered as a warrior. Skills, detection, beginner, can detect the information of a character not higher than the main character by 2 levels. Beast taming, beginner, can tame ordinary horses and wild beasts. Archery, beginner, can shoot from 100 steps away. Resurrection points, 800 soul points, 32 reputation points, 17 general. Zhao Zilong, warrior level, subordinates, 9 tier 1 warriors. Zhongyong items, 300 sets of weapons and armor, city, level 1 construct, 1 dagger money, 4,785,000 taels of gold, 200,000 taels of silver, 500,010 copper coins quest, heart of the strong SSS, take back the shop 520. After reading the information, Yi Hao decided to raise the strength of Liu Xiaofeng and the others. He spent a total of 405 resurrection points to raise all of them to warrior level. After all, they were by his side. His safety must be guaranteed. Yi Hao was secretly happy. He thought that he would need to spend more than 800 resurrection points to raise the strength of these people. He did not expect to spend only half of the resurrection points. System: why did I only spend 45 resurrection points to raise their strength by 9 levels? Yi Hao asked the system. Zhao Zilong spent 100 resurrection points to raise his strength to warrior level. On the other hand, Liu Xiaofeng and the others only had 55 resurrection points after adding the previous 10 resurrection points. This was a bug in the system. That's because Zhao Zilong was born with the fighting skills and comprehension of his previous life. Liu Xiaofeng and the others are like noobs in this aspect. It means that Zhao Zilong's body needs 55 resurrection points while they only need 10 resurrection points. Don't look at their strength now. Liu Xiaofeng and the others are at the bottom of the list. Zhao Zilong has no problem fighting 7 or 8 of them. With the system's explanation, Yi Hao understood. It was like 2 strong men with the same physique. One knew martial arts while the other did not. This was the difference between Zhao Zilong and Liu Xiaofeng and the others. After lunch, Yi Hao led a group of subordinates and rushed to the remaining shops. Without saying a word, he threw the people out first. Looking at the token on Yi Hao's waist and the title deed, no one dared to resist. As for the goods and money in the shops, Yi Hao said that it was a reward for his hard work. The shopkeepers of the shops could not say anything. They could not defeat Yi Hao and were thrown out. If their master did not come out, they could not do anything to Yi Hao. In the evening, Yi Hao finally took back the last restaurant. As he was too tired to go back to the palace, he had no choice but to grab the chef who had just been thrown out to cook for him. Chapter 19. Your Highness, you're amazing. Zhou Chestnut was very excited. She said with admiration, I didn't expect your Highness to take back all the shops so easily. You even made a lot of money. Of course. Sister Ling can't have taken a fancy to me, right? Yi Hao said proudly. At the same time, he didn't forget to tease Zhou Chestnut. Zhou Chestnut was only 17 or 18 years old. She had developed in all the right places. Her appearance was very pleasant, far surpassing the A-list celebrities in Yi Hao's previous life. Most importantly, she was kind. Even though Yi Hao had become stupid, she still took good care of him. This was very rare and precious. However, he was still in the body of a little kid, which made Yi Hao very distressed. Zhou Chestnut's beautiful face blushed. She was flustered by Yi Hao's words. Suddenly, she thought of something and said, Your Highness, since you've taken back all the shops, do you want to compete for the Imperial Dragon List? Imperial Dragon List? Yi Hao was very curious when he heard Zhou Chestnut's words. The Imperial Dragon List is a list of the Emperor's sons. It's divided into the business list, the martial arts list, and the talent list. It's a list to compete for the Crown Prince. The second prince has been first for 2 years in a row. If he is first again this year, the Crown Prince will be the second prince. How do the business list, martial arts list, and talent list compete? Yi Hao's interest was ignited. Other things aside, the Crown Prince must be his. Otherwise, he would be accused of rebellion. It was not worth it. The business list competes the average daily profit and total wealth of the Emperor's sons. The martial arts list is the prince's strength. The talent list is the competition where each prince sends 3 of his strongest subordinates to compete with each other. Zhou Chestnut explained slowly. Did the second prince get first place in every competition? Yi Hao wanted to know more about the second prince's strength, so he could only get it from Zhou Chestnut. Of course not. Although the second prince is very powerful, the first prince and the fourth prince are still not comparable to Little Shu. The second prince is only the wealthiest person in the business ranking. 2 people in the talent ranking have won. The first prince, on the other hand, is exceptionally talented. He won first place in the martial prowess rankings and second place in the talent rankings. The fourth prince won first place in the business rankings. When will the Imperial Dragon List begin? There are still 4 or 5 days left. Johong Chestnut looked at Yi Hao in embarrassment. After all, time was too short. Ah! Yi Hao also looked at Johong Chestnut speechlessly. The second prince had won first place for 2 consecutive years. This year, he would definitely do his best. There were only 4 or 5 days left. However, he did not have to worry too much. In the martial prowess rankings, he was confident that he would win first place. Since Zhao Zilong was in the talent ranking, he could just summon a few more generals. This way, he would be able to win first place in 2 competitions. The second prince would definitely not be able to become the crown prince. However, it would be difficult for him to win the business ranking. Although he had obtained more than 5 million taels of gold and some silver and copper coins today, it was still not enough to win first place. Second brother, if you win first place again this year, you will be the crown prince. The fifth prince said flatteringly. Me. Isn't it all because of imperial father's favoritism? Originally, he had already agreed to make me the crown prince. Who would have thought that once that fool got good, his attitude would immediately change? And those damned ministers, they were all fence-sitters at the crucial moment. The second prince smashed his wine cup on the table, spilling all the wine. So what? As long as second brother wins first place again this time, even father will not be able to stop you from becoming the crown prince. At that time, we will teach them a lesson. The fifth prince picked up the wine pot and poured the second prince a cup, saying insidiously. The second prince drank the wine with satisfaction. This time, uncle sent me 3 good men from the army. All of them are at the peak of rank 9 warrior. I will definitely win first place in this round. How can they compete with me? How's the money collection going? The second prince suddenly asked. Tell me quickly. Seeing that the fifth prince was hesitating, the second prince asked anxiously. I have already sent people to some families and Chamber of Commerce to borrow more than 8 million taels of gold. There are also 6 million taels of gold from my brothers. Together with your money, we have a total of 19 million taels of gold. We still need 1 million taels of gold to reach 20 million taels of gold. How is that possible? I still have 6 million taels of gold. Did you forget about the arena? The second prince asked, puzzled. Second brother, don't be angry. I haven't told you yet. The fifth prince looked nervously at the second prince and said carefully, the servants reported that our shops were all taken back by that idiot. The second prince immediately flew into a rage. He flipped the table and asked loudly, what about the money? Take back the shops, where is my money? It was also taken by him. Now, there is no way to get it back. Trash, all of them are trash. The second prince kicked away the palace maid who was cleaning up the shop on the floor. The palace maid's face immediately turned pale. The fifth prince waved his hand to signal her to leave. Moreover, Wang Ba and his men were also killed. Although the fifth prince was afraid of the second prince, he still clenched his teeth and told him everything. The second prince suddenly felt his vision turning black. Then, his body swayed back and forth and he almost fainted. The fifth prince quickly went forward to support him. Second brother, you are fine. Don't be angry and hurt your body. I am fine. You can leave now. The second prince sat on the chair and waved his hand as he said calmly. The fifth prince looked worriedly at the second prince and said respectfully, second brother, I will go back first. You must ensure your health. Seeing the fifth prince close the door, the second prince's eyes revealed a sinister look. Wang Ba had been his confidant for many years and his strength was not bad. He had gathered a group of rank 1 warrior subordinates who were loyal to him and helped him take care of the forces outside the palace. He did not expect that his shops would be taken back by someone and he would have to pay a sum of money. Even his own subordinates were killed. How could he not be angry? He had really suffered a double loss. He did not know how the other princes would laugh at him. Yi Hao, I will let you die without a burial place. The second prince's eyes revealed a strong murderous intent. You tell uncle that if I don't become the crown prince, he will kill father when he goes to war and help me ascend the throne. The second prince seemed to have been angered silly. His tone was cold as he talked to himself. However, the black shadow in the corner had disappeared, as if it had never been there. D is a small achievement, C is a rich businessman, B is second to none, A is the richest person, S is rich enough to rival a country. That Shen Wansan was also rich enough to rival a country in his previous life. He should at least be grade S. Why is he only grade A? Yi Hao had watched Shen Wansan's TV series in his previous life. Shen Wansan's real name was Shen Fu. He carried out overseas trade and had millions of assets. His land was all over the world. There was even a rumor that he had a treasure bowl, which reflected his uncountable wealth and superb wealth-making skills. He was the lord who paid for the construction of Zhu Yuanzhang's capital city. If he didn't court death and wanted to distribute rations to Zhu Yuanzhang's troops, he wouldn't have ended up being banished to the border. No matter what, he shouldn't be grade A. Host, think carefully. Business talent is important, but luck is also indispensable. Their luck is now completely in the hands of the host. Moreover, Shen Wansan died in his previous life, so his talent wasn't fully developed. He was only grade A before he died, so there's still hope for him to grow to grade S, the system explained patiently. Yi Hao nodded to himself. Looking at the youth in front of him, he wanted to test him and see if his business talent was really that amazing. The 20 shops that were taken back included an arena, 2 restaurants, 4 medical centers, 8 clothing stores, 2 pawn shops, 2 weapon stores, and 1 jewelry store. Among them, the arena was the most profitable. However, using humans to fight beasts, Yi Hao felt that it was a little too inhumane. He didn't plan to open the arena, but the income of the other shops was too ordinary. Although the capital city of Yi had a population of 1 million, there were countless shops of all kinds. His shops didn't have an advantage. Moreover, he had empty shops now. He didn't have a single person, so he had to think of ways to recruit people. He raised the issue and discussed it with Shen Wansan. Both of them felt that if they wanted to win, they could only rely on the arena and the restaurants. These were the only 2 ways to make money quickly. As for the arena, when Yi Hao suggested that humans should fight beasts, Shen Wansan pondered for a while. He could change it from humans to beasts fighting beasts. This instantly enlightened Yi Hao. However, he was too rigid in his thinking at the beginning. Thinking about horse racing, duyu, dogfighting, and so on in his previous life, Yi Hao felt that these things didn't exist in this world. If he took them out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Moreover, using beasts to fight beasts was slightly acceptable to Yi Hao. As for the restaurants, there was no need to talk about them. Shen Wansan's eyes lit up when he heard about the various major cuisines in his previous life, as well as the unheard of barbecue, hot pot, and so on in this world. With Shen Wansan's talent as a businessman, he felt that if he could make these things his master mentioned, it would definitely make this world go crazy. After arranging for Shen Wansan to rest, Yi Hao immediately summoned the system. System, can I use the resurrection points to summon a chef? It was easy for Yi Hao to talk about the cuisines in his previous life. However, if he was asked to cook, he might as well be killed. He only knew how to their eyes, but he didn't know how to put it into practice. Yes, what level do you want to summon? It is divided into apprentice, beginner, intermediate, advanced, and special grade. How many resurrection points are there? Yi Hao wanted to summon a special grade chef, but he still wanted to compare the prices first. In his previous life, he hadn't eaten dishes cooked by a special grade chef. It wasn't easy for him to transmigrate. No matter what, he had to enjoy it properly. Apprentice, 10 resurrection points, beginner, 20 resurrection points, intermediate, 30 resurrection points, advanced, 50 resurrection points, and 100 resurrection points per person. Special grade then. I'll summon one from each of the 8 major cuisines. Yi Hao gritted his teeth. It was rare for him to be a tycoon. He comforted himself. There were still more than 3,000 resurrection points, so he might as well be willful this time. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for summoning a special grade chef, Zhong Yuan. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for summoning a special grade chef, Li Tian. Ding dong, as the characters summoned have all reached special grade in their occupations, they are rewarded with the ability to impart knowledge. Impart knowledge can impart knowledge to ordinary people, allowing them to be promoted to apprentice, beginner, or intermediate chef. Can also change the qualifications of intermediate and advanced chefs, giving them a chance to be promoted to special grade. Chapter 21. Since these chefs weren't famous in ancient times, there were too many names. Yi Hao couldn't remember all of them and was too lazy to remember them. Since these chefs were able to bring the 8 major cuisines to this world, they could be considered the founders. Therefore, he decided to use the 8 major cuisines to name them and added the word Yang in front. They quickly knelt down and thanked him. Then, he casually used identify to check their information. Yang Chuan age, 24 occupation, chef specialty, Sichuan cuisine grade, special grade skill, teaching martial strength, normal loyalty, 100. Following that, Yi Hao spent another 400 resurrection points to raise their strength to the level of a peak stage martial artist. This way, they would at least have the ability to protect themselves. He believed that with the strength of a peak stage martial artist, these chefs would be able to do whatever they wanted in the country of Yi. If people knew that a person's strength had reached the peak of martial artist and that he was a chef, they would definitely be shocked. However, Yi Hao only wanted them to protect themselves. If he wanted them to fight, it would be a different matter. These 8 chefs were even weaker than Liu Shuofeng and the others. If one of them died, Yi Hao would suffer a huge loss. After letting them rest, Yi Hao couldn't wait to summon his attributes list. Yi Hao Country, Yi Country, 10th Grade Kingdom, Identity, Yi Country's 18th Prince Strength, Peak Martial Artist, 100 to 200 Jin is considered an ordinary person, 300 Jin is considered a Rank 1 Martial Artist, Skill, Identify, Beginner, can detect the information of a character not higher than the main character by 2 levels. Beast Taming, Beginner, can tame ordinary horses and wild beasts. Archery, Beginner, can shoot from 100 steps away. Resurrection points, 2395 soul points, 32 reputation points, 17 military general, Zhao Zilong, peak martial artist, subordinates, 9 peak martial artist subordinates, 8 top chefs, Zhongyang items, 300 sets of armor, city, can be constructed at level 1, dagger, mystery pack, 1 chance to summon a military general money, 5,785,000 taels of gold, 200,000 taels of silver, 500,010 copper coins quest, Heart of the Strong SSS? First in the Imperial Dragon leaderboard Yi Hao saw that there was a mystery pack among the items. Only then did he remember that it was the reward for completing the 10 battles. He immediately opened it. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking the mystery package. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1 pet egg, 20 beginner face-changing pills, 2 teleportation talismans. Ding! Do you want to open the pet egg? Yes. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the pet purple cry Pegasus. Yi Hao saw a purple horse appear in the space. The horse was much taller than an ordinary horse. The curves of its body were very perfect, as if it was wearing a thunder armor. It had an arrogant appearance. Yi Hao liked it very much. Purple Cry Pegasus can grow, strength, peak martial artist. He could travel 500 kilometers in a day, and his body contained a trace of the thunder god's bloodline, which had a suppressive effect on ordinary horses. When he matured to a certain extent, he would be able to gallop on the clouds. After checking the Purple Cry flying horse's attributes, Yi Hao was very satisfied. He imagined himself riding on the Purple Cry flying horse, leading thousands of troops and horses, galloping through the battlefield. How cool would that be? If he had a little beauty in his arms, it would be even more perfect. He let go of his fantasies and continued to check. The disguise pill could change one's appearance into anyone's, including their aura. Martial warriors would not be able to see through it. Teleportation talisman could teleport to any location within a 10,000-kilometer radius. It had to be said that the system's reward was simply a must-have for killing people and traveling. In the beginning, Yi Hao was still worried about how to obtain 80% of the country's military power. In the end, this disguise pill solved his problem. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, Yi Hao did not want to use this move. System: use 2,000 resurrection points. Help me draw 20 historical generals. Yi Hao thought for a moment and said to the system. A year's time could be considered long, but it could also be considered short. He had no choice but to plan ahead. It was all thanks to the interest mission. Otherwise, he would not have been able to obtain so many resurrection points. Yi Hao was clear that the system was helping him. Therefore, Yi Hao wanted to use these resurrection points on the tip of a knife. Ding! Congratulations to host for using 2,000 resurrection points. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining a low-grade general, Liangshan's 108 generals, number star little Yuchi Sun Xing Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining a low-grade general, 3 Kingdoms period, Hua Xiong. When Yi Hao saw that he had drawn 2 low-grade generals in a row, he could not help but feel anxious. The grades of generals were divided into peerless, upper, middle, and lower grades. However, both of them were low-grade generals in a row. This caused Yi Hao's heart to leap to his throat. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining a low-grade general, 3 Kingdoms period, Ding Feng. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining a low-grade general, 3 Kingdoms period, Zhong Bao. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining a high-grade general, 3 Kingdoms period, Dian Wei. After drawing 7 times in a row, all of them were low-grade generals. Just as Yi Hao was about to lose all hope, the system finally drew a high-grade general. This caused him to be secretly excited. He could imagine how lucky he was to draw a high-grade general, Zhao Zilong, on his first try. Following that, Yi Hao's bad luck seemed to have disappeared. His good luck came one after another. He obtained 2 high-grade generals, 3 middle-grade generals, and 7 low-grade generals. Unfortunately, there was not a single peerless general. One could imagine how difficult it was to obtain a peerless general. Your subordinates are Dian Wei, Yu Fei, Ran Minute. Your subordinates are Xiahou Dun, Yong Yangzhao, Hua Xiong. Your subordinates are Sun Xing, Cheng Yaojin, Ding Feng, Zhong Bao, Pan Feng, Huang Gari, Fu Yud, Sun Xianlong, Zhong Tianyu, Xu Da, Hua Yunlong, Sun Li, Yang Lin, Lu Fang. Greetings, Master. 20 people filled the entire room. Yi Hao's face was filled with excitement. This was enough for him to kill his way into the imperial palace. If he entered and exited 7 times, no one would be able to stop him. However, Yi Hao would not do that. After all, Yi Batian, his father, had treated him quite well. Since he could not do that, Yi Hao could only find another way out. He believed that with these subordinates, he would definitely be able to conquer the world. 2 days ago, Yi Hao was still alone. But now, there were so many famous generals accompanying him. Yi Hao's heart was filled with an indescribable excitement. However, there was no one to talk to, so he could only hide it in his heart. Sun Xin, Ding Feng, Zhong Bao, Fu Yud, Sun Xianlong. Yi Hao exhaled and consecutively called out the names of 5 generals. Your subordinates are here. The 5 stepped forward and respectfully knelt on the ground, waiting for Yi Hao's orders. Yi Hao walked forward and whispered in the ears of the 5 generals. Then, he gave each of them a pill and 10,000 taels of gold. Your subordinates will definitely complete the mission. The 5 of them put away the pills. Yi Hao walked to the window and opened it. Because it was already late at night, it was very quiet outside. There was not even a shadow. However, Yi Hao's eyes stopped at a corner for a second. After all, Even a good tiger could not defeat a pack of wolves. However, as long as everything went smoothly, everything would be fine. Sun Shin. Yi Hao looked at the remaining 10 people and thought for a moment before calling out to little Yuchi Sun Shin. This person was ranked 100th out of the 108 generals. However, when he was summoned to this world, his martial strength was about the same. They were all at the peak of martial artists. Yi Hao did not know how the system divided the ranks, but in his impression, Yu Fei was definitely someone he worshipped. However, he was only a high-grade general. As for Sun Shin, his fighting skills might be lacking, but he could definitely squeeze into the top 10 in the country of Yi. Yi Hao did not know that no matter how bad one's fighting skills were, or how bad one's comprehension was, their rank was still there. The peak of martial artists had an absolute advantage over those below their realm. Furthermore, being a low-grade martial artist was not bad. Furthermore, there was a chance for their rank to increase. Furthermore, half of the 10 generals of the country of Yi were either ordinary or peak 9th rank martial artists. They were not peak 10th rank martial artists. As for Yi Hao's subordinates, including Liu Shuofeng and the others, they were all peak 10th rank martial artists. Your subordinate is here. Master, please give your orders. Sun Shin half knelt on the ground with a whip in his hand. Yi Hao realized that although these people were summoned by him and the system had erased their memories of their previous lives, they still carried the spirit of the underworld. This could be because the system had preserved their personalities from their previous lives. Sun Shin, do you know how to gamble? This was because the gambling industry in this world had not flourished yet. There were only bets for various competitions. In his previous life, because Sun Shin loved the bloodshed of the underworld, he had opened a casino with Jiyu Dasao. Moreover, he was a ruthless character. However, he was chivalrous and courageous. Basically, he was involved in both the underworld and the underworld. However, after being summoned, Yi Hao could not determine if he still had any memories of gambling. I can't hide anything from Master. When your subordinate was bored, he did research on these things. However, he did not have the opportunity to do so. Sun Shin's face revealed a trace of surprise, but it immediately turned into worship. He did not expect his master to be so omnipotent. Nothing could be hidden from him. Haha, that's great. Yi Hao's face revealed a trace of joy. He did not expect Sun Shin to have memories of gambling. It was just that the system had used another method to store the memories in his mind. However, now was not the time to gamble. He was too weak now. When the time came, most of the benefits would be taken away by others. This was not like a restaurant where the chef was in his hands and others could only stare at him. As for things like gambling, only those who were willing to watch it a few times would be able to learn it immediately. Hence, it was not the time to do this. We'll talk about this later. Yi Hao asked everyone to sit down. After all, they had been standing for half a day. Fortunately, there were enough chairs in the room. I have a task for you now. Master, please speak. Sitting on the chairs, everyone focused on Yi Hao. In their hearts, Yi Hao was the sky. Yi Hao felt a little satisfied. Tomorrow morning, think of a way to get close to the Crown Prince. You must gain his trust. After that, you don't have to do anything else. This subordinate understands. Although he did not know why he was being asked to get close to the Crown Prince, Sun Shin still obeyed. Huang Gari, the 4th prince, likes archery. The Imperial Dragon ranking is about to start. Tomorrow, he will definitely go to the forest in the north to hunt. Your task is the same as Sun Shin's. Get close to the 4th prince and gain his trust. Huang Gari was good at training soldiers. However, he only had these generals in his hands. None of them were willing to submit to anyone. Who did not know how to train soldiers? He could only use them to be the 4th prince's spy. Yes, master. Huang Gari nodded in agreement. Right, can you change the way you address me in the future? I'm not used to it. Yi Hao pulled a long face and complained. How about your highness in the chaotic world? Cheng Yarojin had been holding it in for a long time. He had not been able to open his mouth for a long time. He was really uncomfortable. However, He did not dare to open his mouth and immediately ran out to make his presence known. Yi Hao rolled his eyes. Did you think everyone was as funny as you, giving yourself the title of Demon King in the chaotic world? Chapter 23. Don't mess around. Master is going to inherit the throne in the future. How can you call him a scoundrel? Yu Fei lectured. Cheng Yaojin had no choice but to shut up. Yi Hao knew what kind of person Cheng Yaojin was, so he didn't take it to heart. Brother Yu, do you have any suggestions? Yi Hao didn't put on airs at all. He respected them. After all, they were the heroes of Huaxia. Now that they were dead, they were summoned to work for him. This little bit of respect was nothing. In my opinion, you should call him His Highness when there's someone around and Young Emperor when there's no one around. Yu Fei was very touched. Young Emperor wasn't a bad name. It sounded better than Master or His Highness. It was also domineering. Yi Hao muttered these two words. Lu Fang, you're the same as them. You're close to the third prince, but you have to be careful. The third prince isn't simple. Yi Hao warned. Enemies like the second prince weren't scary. The scariest ones were those who watched from the sidelines and controlled the situation at the same time. He felt that the third prince was very scheming, but he was very good at hiding. Lu Fang kept Yi Hao's words in mind. There were so many people working for Young Emperor. If he made a mistake, it would be embarrassing. Moreover, everyone was starting from the same starting point. This was a chance to prove himself. What about me, Young Emperor? I don't have a mission yet. Cheng Yaojin asked anxiously. He was afraid that Yi Hao would leave him out. You're funny. You're smart. You're in charge of getting close to the fifth prince. You have to gain his trust. At the same time, you have to introduce Hua Xiong to him and make him greedy. Through him, you can recommend Hua Xiong to father and gain control of the royal guards. This fifth prince had always been targeting him. One must know that Yi Hao was someone who held grudges. However, it would be meaningless to directly trample someone to death. Yi Hao wanted to raise him to a very, very high position, and then let him fall into the bottomless abyss. That would be satisfying. I'll definitely complete the mission. When the time comes, give me more rewards. Cheng Yaojin was very happy to be praised by Yi Hao, but he did not forget to reward her. He rubbed his palms with stars in his eyes. Everyone was too embarrassed to look at Cheng Yaojin. Yi Hao knew his character was like this, but he still reminded him, brothers, you are all older than me, Yi Hao. I don't have the right to make you generals now, but sooner or later, I will make you ministers. Thank you, Young Emperor. Long live the Young Emperor. We will definitely contribute to the Young Emperor's cause and achieve the Emperor's legacy. More than 10 people were very moved. They all knelt on the ground and swore their hearts. Yi Hao smiled with satisfaction. This was the feeling he wanted. He wanted them to have a goal and not become killing machines because of the shackles of the system. Xiahou Dun, Yang Yangzhao, you will join Prime Minister Li's residence and the rearguard commandery respectively. You have to gain their trust and control their troops. These people had a reasonable identity. They were all righteous men of the pugilistic world without any background. No one would be able to find out that they were Yi Hao's men. With their strength, Yi Hao believed that they would definitely gain the trust of the rearguard commandery. With this arrangement, all the troops in the entire Yi country would be under Yi Hao's control. In that case, he would be able to complete the mission of obtaining the heart of an expert. It was fine if he didn't make any moves, but as long as Yi Hao was in control, the entire Yi country would fall into his hands within a year. My good brothers, your lives are in your hands. If you insist on courting death, don't blame me for being merciless. Looking in the direction of the palace, Yi Hao's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. All the mid-ranked and low-ranked generals have been assigned tasks. In the blink of an eye, only 3 high-ranked generals remained out of the original 20. They were Dian Wei of the Ancients, Yu Fei who was loyal to his country, and Ran Minute, who was once an emperor. Yi Hao took out a map that he had bought during the day. He pointed at a very small area on the map. This was the country of Yi. The country of Yi had 13 cities, 1 capital, and over 200,000 soldiers and horses. To the south was the country of Zhao, which was on par with the country of Yi in terms of strength, but had a stronger army. However, the east, west, and north didn't have any large countries. They were all wild powers, commonly known as wild countries. Because they didn't have 10 cities, they couldn't be conferred as a country. These wild countries were innumerable on the 10,000 kingdoms continent, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Countless wild countries were born every day, and countless wild countries were destroyed every day. Most of them relied on small countries like the country of Yi to survive. The country of Yi was only a 10th-ranked duchy. Any 9th-ranked kingdom could easily destroy a small country like the country of Yi. This was something that Yi Hao had heard during the day. As for stronger existences, they weren't something that a small country like the country of Yi could come into contact with. Dian Wei, you're in charge of the West. Attack a city first, then quickly recruit soldiers and horses, accumulate food, and expand our forces. Yi Hao took out 1,500,000 taels of gold and handed it to Dian Wei. Take out 1 million taels of gold to buy food. Yi Hao understood that the ratio of money in this world was 1 tael of gold equals 10 taels of silver equals 1,000 copper coins. The price of food in this world was around 600 copper coins per dan, and 1 dan was 50 kilograms. This meant that 1 million taels of gold could buy 1,600,000 dan of food. A soldier could eat at least 1 jin of grain a day. An army of 100,000 people could eat 100 dans of grain a day. That would be 36,500 dans of grain a year. An army of 1 million people would need 365,000 dans of grain. This amount of food was enough for an army of 1 million people to consume for 5 years. The three of them were shocked, but they were more excited. Which man didn't want to make a name for themselves and fight on the battlefield? They could see that Yi Hao was very ambitious. Otherwise, why would he buy so much food? He was only a 9-year-old child, but he had such great ambitions. Why would he have to worry about not establishing an empire in the future? Yu Fei, head to the east. Ran Minute, head to the north. Yi Hao also gave each of them 1,500,000 taels of gold. He knew that no matter the time, food was the most important. With food, there would be an army. Otherwise, how could they recruit soldiers for war? 10,000 kingdoms continent. In the future, I will definitely plant my flag on all the city walls. All the countries will either submit or be destroyed. Yi Hao made up his mind. As long as he had the system, he believed that he would succeed sooner or later. Yi Hao originally wanted to help them summon a few more subordinates, but when he saw that there were only 300 people left at the resurrection point, he could only give up. He hoped that they would have a smooth journey. Chapter 24. Early the next morning, Yi Hao was helped out of bed by Johong Chestnut. Yi Hao's little face was full of sleepiness. He was sleepy and kept yawning. Your Highness, didn't you rest well last night? Johong Chestnut helped Yi Hao tidy up his clothes and asked with concern. Yes. Yi Hao nodded. He was busy until midnight last night and only slept for a few hours. Your Highness, why don't you sleep a little longer? Johong Chestnut knew how uncomfortable it was for a child to not sleep enough and said with concern. No need. I still have something to do today. Yi Hao shook his head. There were only a few days left. The Imperial Dragon ranking was about to begin. He had to increase the average profit of the store. Moreover, according to the system, if he made any achievements in any aspect, he would be able to obtain prestige. He had spent a lot of money for the restaurant. Success or failure depended on this. However, Yi Hao was still very confident. With 8 special grade chefs in charge, even if the restaurant's business didn't explode, no one would be able to say it out loud. Early in the morning, everyone was busy. Because there was not enough manpower, Yi Hao spent 20 resurrection points and summoned 20 ordinary people. These people were the most suitable to work. After all, it was not easy to find people in such a short period of time. The 8 chefs each wrote a dozen dishes and then sent people to buy them. At this time, Shun Wan-san came over with a dozen people. Yi Hao was puzzled. Shun Wan-san asked the chefs to make the dishes and then asked the dozen people to draw. Yi Hao then understood that Shun Wan-san was asking them to draw the recipes. Not to mention that this smart businessman was different. Yi Hao almost forgot about the recipes. Of course, these chefs only made simple dishes. It was only a drop in the ocean of what they knew. But it was enough. Yi Hao didn't see the dozen people who were wiping their saliva and drawing. They had never seen or heard of these dishes. They didn't expect that the dishes they usually ate could be made like this. The plate was simply a work of art. They didn't want to destroy it, but the tempting aroma made them salivate. These dozen painters were going through the most difficult time of their lives. They had to concentrate on drawing while wiping their saliva. Your Highness, where did you find such a divine chef? He's definitely better than the imperial chefs in the palace. Ju Hongling was also swallowing her saliva with a look of awe. But his tone was full of admiration. His Highness was simply too handsome. He actually found 8 divine chefs who were willing to cook here. All right, everyone, stop drawing. Let's eat first and then draw. Yi Hao looked at the room full of foodies. No one could work seriously. Even Zhao Zilong, who was holding a book in his hand, kept staring at the dishes. His saliva almost dripped onto the book. Clatter. Everyone sprinted to their seats as fast as they could. Yi Hao walked over speechlessly. Everyone looked at Yi Hao expectantly. If Yi Hao didn't touch his chopsticks, they wouldn't dare to. Let's all eat. Yi Hao said. At first, no one dared to be too presumptuous. After a few bites, they slowly snatched the food. The sound of plates clattering could be heard everywhere. Yi Hao picked up a piece of spicy boiled fish. Before it reached his mouth, the aroma hit his nose. He put it into his mouth. The bones of the fish were perfectly removed. The fish melted in his mouth. It was too delicious. It was worlds apart from the spicy boiled fish he ate in his previous life. Was this still an ordinary fish? It was simply an immortal dish. Yi Hao was about to pick up a second piece when he realized that everyone was looking at him expectantly. Yi Hao was stunned. Was there something on his face? Yi Hao then realized that all the plates on the table had been licked clean. The soup of the spicy boiled fish had been drunk. Yi Hao slapped his forehead. He had no choice but to order the 8 chefs to continue cooking. Originally, everyone had eaten breakfast. But now, everyone was wolfing down the food as if they hadn't eaten for 3 days. They didn't even use their chopsticks to serve the food. They used their hands. Johong Chestnut also showed his gluttonous nature. However, he couldn't win against Zhao Zilong and Liu Shorofeng. When Yi Hao saw Johong Chestnut's anxious expression, he had no choice but to order the chefs to prepare another table of dishes and send them to his room. He wasn't full either. However, he was still a prince. How could he snatch food from his subordinates? When Johong Chestnut heard this, he immediately laughed heartily. His pretty face was full of smiles. At the same time, he looked at Zhao Zilong and the others as if he was the victor. Zhao Zilong and the others were full of resentment. However, without Yi Hao around, they were even more open. Zhao Zilong wanted to use force to threaten them, but it was useless. He could only continue to snatch food with resentment. They could have finished the work in the morning, but they didn't do anything. They ate until the afternoon. Their stomachs were about to burst. Fortunately, they didn't drink, so they could continue working in the afternoon. Shun Wan-san ordered the servants to write a bunch of flyers similar to the ones in his previous life. He ordered them to distribute them on the streets. He also used Yi Hao's identity to send invitations to some aristocratic families and dignitaries. Finally, they finished dozens of recipes in the afternoon. Needless to say, these people's drawing skills were really good. They drew each dish very vividly. Yi Hao wanted to pay them, but they didn't want it. They only wanted to eat another meal. Yi Hao laughed. Everyone, if you want to eat, Stay and let me use it. You can eat whenever you want in the future. Thank you, Your Highness. May Your Highness live for thousands of years. The dozens of artists knew Yi Hao's identity. They were more than happy to have Yi Hao let them stay. After eating these dishes, they thought about the dishes in the past. They felt like wax. Then you guys can continue to draw recipes. There was no other work for them to do, so Yi Hao ordered them to continue drawing recipes. For a moment, everyone in the capital had their eyes on Yi Hao. A foolish prince suddenly recovered. There were even rumors that he caused a phenomenon. However, these were all ignored. On the first day, he used force to intimidate the Zhao country's emissary. As for Yi Hao's plan, only the officials in the imperial court knew about it. Yi Batian had issued a gag order, so outsiders didn't know about it. On the second day, he challenged 10 wild beasts in a row. Many people spread the news. He also used ruthless means to take back his shop. The second prince, who suffered the most losses, didn't show up. Some people guessed that the second prince might have given in. On the third day, he opened a restaurant. So be it. Wasn't it just a restaurant? What was there to make a fuss about? In the end, he caused a ruckus in the capital. Everyone knew about it. However, most people didn't take it to heart. These officials and nobles had eaten everything in the capital. How could a brat like you find a good chef? The best chefs in Yi country were either in the imperial palace or in the Nine Heavens restaurant. It was said that the Nine Heavens restaurant didn't belong to Yi country. It was a restaurant opened by a big power in Yi country. It could be said that they squandered money like water. Even the imperial family didn't dare to provoke them. The Nine Heavens restaurant wasn't opened in a country. It was only opened in places like Yi country. Chapter 25. However, most people still wanted to go to Yi Hao's restaurant. Of course, it wasn't to eat, but to get to know Yi Hao better. After all, he was still a prince. What if he became the crown prince one day? Moreover, it was said that Yi Batian doted on Yi Hao the most. They might even go and support Yi Hao. The officials wanted to leave a good impression on the Yi Batian and Yi Hao. As for the aristocratic families, they wanted to stay in Yi country and spend some money to eat a meal. It wasn't a loss to befriend a prince who might become the crown prince. The news naturally reached the second prince's ears. The second prince sneered in disdain. He thought that these people really didn't know what was good for them. Could it be that they could just find 2 random people to open a restaurant? Moreover, how could he let go of this opportunity to humiliate Yi Hao? Men, the second prince shouted. A guard immediately opened the door and entered. Tell Kang Le to pack up tomorrow and accompany me to Yi Hao's restaurant. Seeing the guard leave, the second prince smiled proudly. Kang Le was a chef that he had spent a lot of money to nurture. He had sent Kang Le to the Ninth Heaven restaurant to learn. Now, Kang Le's culinary skills were very good. He wasn't any worse than the imperial chefs in the palace. When the Yi Batian tasted Kang Le's dishes, he couldn't stop praising them. Kang Le was the most important signature of his imperial peak pavilion. Although it couldn't be compared to the Ninth Heaven restaurant, he was definitely one of the top chefs in the capital city. However, he was a little puzzled. Why didn't the fifth prince come today? Normally, he would come early in the morning to greet him like a dog. Now that it's almost night time, I haven't seen him at all. This was all thanks to Yi Hao. Early in the morning, the fifth prince went out of the palace for a stroll. He wanted to buy some things to please the second prince. However, he didn't expect to meet a dirty beggar who wanted to rob him. The fifth prince ordered his subordinates to teach him a lesson. No matter what, his subordinates were still guards of the imperial palace. In the end, they were no match for the silly beggar. This made the fifth prince dumbfounded. Since when were beggars so powerful? The fifth prince had some suspicions. Was there someone who wanted to harm him? However, he immediately tossed this thought to the back of his mind. Even the Yi country didn't have many experts of this caliber. Was there a need to mobilize such an expert just to harm him? Thinking of this, The fifth prince's blood boiled. If he could take this beggar as his subordinate, then he wouldn't have to fawn over the second prince every day just to protect himself. However, he was still very cautious. It turned out that this beggar had been brought up the mountain to learn martial arts when he was 3 years old. Now, he and his senior brother had gone down the mountain to explore the Jianghu. However, the two of them found that their martial arts were useless. They were only a little stronger than ordinary people. When the fifth prince saw the beggar's country bumpkin aura, he believed the beggar's words and promised him many benefits. At the same time, he revealed his identity. Sure enough, the beggar was immediately grateful and wanted to become his subordinate. "Oh right, what's your name?" The fifth prince looked at the beggar in front of him with satisfaction. He thought to himself that he had really picked up a treasure today. With a little bit of trickery, this beggar would definitely die for him. "I'm called Cheng Yarojin." Cheng Yarojin held his axe and pretended to be an honest country bumpkin. "Oh right, I heard you say that you have a senior brother." The fifth prince probed. He thought that since Cheng Yarojin was so powerful, his senior brother would definitely not be weak. If he could subdue him, he would definitely be his right-hand man in the future. "Yes. Fifth prince, I wonder." Cheng Yarojin hesitated. "What's wrong?" The fifth prince couldn't wait to take Cheng Yaojin's senior brother under his wing. However, when he saw Cheng Yaojin's hesitation, a trace of doubt appeared on his face. Could something have happened? "Your Highness, if you take me as your subordinate, I wonder if you can take my senior brother as well. I told him before that we would share blessings and hardships together." Cheng Yarojin said embarrassedly. His tone was filled with longing, hoping that the fifth prince would take his senior brother under his wing. Haha, it was really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. The fifth prince felt that his spring had come. Although he was ecstatic, he still pondered for a while before nodding his head in agreement. Seeing that Cheng Yarojin was even more grateful to him, the fifth prince asked Cheng Yarojin to bring his senior brother over immediately. After seeing Hua Xiong, the fifth prince could tell at a glance that Hua Xiong was definitely an expert. He immediately showed his respect for the wise. After some persuasion from Cheng Yarojin, Hua Xiong finally agreed to submit to him. How could the fifth prince let go of this opportunity to win over 2 experts in one go? He gritted his teeth and decided to pay a huge price this time. He brought Hua Xiong Cheng Yarojin with him to the 9th heaven. The three of them drank and chatted, calling each other brothers. Although the fifth prince had let down his guard, he still kept trying to get information from the two of them while drinking. As for Cheng Yarojin and Hua Xiong, although they were drunk, their brains weren't muddled. Their clever answers finally made the fifth prince completely let down his guard and treat them as his confidants. Hua Xiong and Cheng Yarojin looked at each other and revealed a faint smile. However, the fifth prince didn't see it at all. "Your Highness, as a prince, how come your subordinates are all trash? They can't even take a single blow from me?" Cheng Yarojin asked, puzzled. The subordinates were embarrassed by Cheng Yaojin's words, but they didn't dare to refute. "Yarojin, you don't know." As he had let down his guard, the fifth prince poured out all his bitterness, showing that he was living in an abyss of suffering. He buried the injustice of his father, the hatred of the second prince, and the discomfort of his brothers. "If it weren't for these 2 brothers today, I don't know when I would have been able to make it," the fifth prince said with a tone of relief. "Your Highness, what are you going to do in the future?" Cheng Yarojin asked patiently. "What can I do in the future? They all have troops in their hands, and I only have you 2 brothers. It's good enough that I can keep my life. It's just that it's hard for you 2 brothers." Being asked by Cheng Yarojin, the fifth prince looked sad and helpless. "Your Highness, what if we have troops?" Cheng Yaojin's eyes had a trace of disdain. "You want to joke with Xiao Di? You're almost 20 years old. I gave you 2 experts, but you're still so useless. You still need me to teach you what to do." "Oh." Hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, the fifth prince's eyes lit up. "Yarojin, you have an idea." "Your Highness, I wonder if we can start with the troops we have now." Cheng Yarojin didn't directly ask for Hua Xiong to join the royal guards. That would definitely arouse the fifth prince's suspicion. Haha, that's impossible. The troops we have now are all the confidants of the first prince, the second prince, the third prince, and the fourth prince. We have no chance at all. The remaining neutral troops are sly. It's even more impossible. Chapter 26. Forget it, let's continue drinking. The fifth prince picked up his wine glass and said with disappointment. No, Your Highness, we still have a chance. Cheng Yarojin pretended to be thinking and continued. Junior brother, His Highness said that there are only a few troops in Yi. Unless we can obtain the authority of the royal guards, Hua Xiong said casually. The speaker spoke casually, but the listener listened attentively. The moment this thought appeared, it started to sprout and grow in the fifth prince's heart. Looking at the fifth prince's thoughtful expression, Cheng Yarojin knew that he was close to succeeding. Your Highness, my senior brother is right. There is still the royal guards. The fifth prince put down his wine glass and rubbed his chin with his left hand. He stood up and walked to the window. He looked at the bustling capital city and the majestic palace in the distance. He then looked at Cheng Yarojin and Hua Xiong and remained silent for a long time. He was also thinking if he should fight. Initially, when the two of them did not appear, the fifth prince only wanted to keep his life. That was why he sought refuge from the second prince, who had the most power. But now that he had two experts, he was not willing to live like this. Cheng Yarojin and Hua Xiong sat there quietly, waiting for the fifth prince's decision. This is an opportunity given to me by the heavens. If I don't seize it, I would be letting the heavens down. The fifth prince clenched his fist and closed the window. He felt that this was an opportunity given to him by the heavens. Why was it that even though they were all princes, they could fight for the throne while he had to wag his tail and beg like a dog? Why did they all have troops under their command while he didn't? Yarojin, you are right. But can we really control the royal guards? The fifth prince was still worried, but he was also filled with desire. If he really succeeded, he might really be able to get the throne. Although the imperial army was only 30,000 people, it was definitely comparable to an army of 100,000 people. However, the imperial army was in the hands of his imperial father. Wanting to gain control of the imperial army was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Your Highness, my senior brother is at the peak of martial artist level 10. It is hard to find a match for him in the same level. Although my martial arts are on par with him, I was defeated by him, Cheng Yarojin said honestly. This was because even before he came to look for the fifth prince, Cheng Yarojin was already unconvinced by Hua Xiong. In the end, after hundreds of rounds, he was still inferior and lost to Hua Xiong. He could not help but admire Xiao Di in his heart. At such a young age, he was already so strategic and had such a keen eye. He could tell who was stronger and who was weaker at a glance. This was something that the fifth prince, who bullied the weak and feared the strong, could not compare to. If Yi Hao knew what Cheng Yarojin was thinking, he would definitely laugh out loud. You were all summoned by me. If I didn't know who was stronger and who was weaker, then wouldn't that be the end of it? Besides, I still have my appraisal skill. However, this was all a secret, and no one could possibly know. That was why Zhao Zilong was surprised by Yi Hao's strength. Cheng Yarojin was surprised by Yi Hao's foresight and strategy. So powerful. The fifth prince secretly clicked his tongue. If what Cheng Yarojin said was true, then in the entire Yi country, there were not many people who could be a match for these two. Although the generals of Yi country were all at the pinnacle of martial artists, most of them were at the 9th rank of martial artists or at the beginning of the 10th rank of martial artists. He guessed the strength of these two and thought that they would be at most at the 8th or 9th rank. He did not expect them to be at the pinnacle of the 10th rank. Furthermore, Hua Xiong did not have many opponents at the same rank as him. Did that mean that even the commander of the royal guards would not be a match for him? Then when I go back, I will recommend the two of you to my father. The fifth prince decided. No. Cheng Yarojin immediately stopped him, thinking that this fifth prince was really brainless. Your Highness, my senior brother alone is enough. If there are two of us, it will definitely arouse your father's suspicion. At that time, it would be harder to succeed. And I can stay by your highness's side to protect your safety and train these useless people at the same time. After hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, the fifth prince also felt that it was reasonable. Furthermore, Cheng Yaojin was willing to help him train his guards, which made him even more satisfied. It seemed that these two people were really thinking for him. After the matter was decided, the fifth prince felt refreshed. His future was filled with hope. At the same time, a person appeared in his mind. "Mph, you fool, so what if you have recovered? So what if you have my father's favor? Can you get two experts? See how this prince will find an opportunity to deal with you." The more the fifth prince thought about it, the happier he was. The three of them toasted each other. Yawn. Yi Hao, who was busy in the restaurant, yawned. Who is talking about me? After working for an entire day, he finally finished tidying up one of the restaurants. As for the other one, there was no time at all. Moreover, Yi Hao did not want to separate the chefs of the 8 major cuisines. He wanted to make China's 8 major cuisines famous. As for the signboard of the restaurant, Yi Hao also changed the name of the restaurant to Yanghuang Restaurant. In the afternoon, Shen Wansan suggested that it was not suitable to use these male waiters. If they were replaced with female waiters, it would be more distinctive. Yi Hao gritted his teeth and summoned another 20 female waiters from the system. As for the tables and chairs in the restaurant, Yi Hao did not plan to change them because there was not enough time. Yanghuang Restaurant had 3 floors. The third floor was for accommodation, the second floor was for private rooms, and the first floor was for the main hall. The space was not too small. The first floor could accommodate 40 to 50 tables. The price of the menu was also decided. After everyone's discussion, the dishes were 10 to 20 times more expensive than other restaurants. Some dishes were even as expensive as Ninth Heaven. However, no one objected. They felt that the dishes were definitely worth the price. Some of the painters even felt that the dishes were cheap. Those painters were all famous painters in the capital city. They usually painted for officials and nobles, or people from big families. Although Ninth Heaven was expensive, there were still people who had been there before. They felt that Ninth Heaven's dishes could not be compared to Yanghuang restaurants. In the past, when they ate Ninth Heaven's dishes, they felt that they were delicacies of the mortal world. Now, when they ate Yanghuang restaurant's dishes, they felt that they were the best in the world of immortals. Ninth Heaven's dishes were trash. After a busy day, Yi Hao ordered the chefs to cook a bunch of dishes for everyone to eat. Everyone felt that this was the greatest gift. Although they were already full from lunch and felt that they did not need to eat for dinner, once the dishes were placed on the table, they immediately felt hungry. Everyone started to fight over the food again. They were willing to eat until they died. Including the 40 ordinary waiters, the number of people had almost reached 70. Even with 8 chefs cooking together, they still could not keep up with the pace. "You guys go and help." Yi Hao pointed to a table of 10 ordinary men. The 10 of them quickly swept away the dishes on the table and walked to the kitchen with resentful eyes. As expected, their speed was increased. Ding. Summoned character, Li Dan has activated the chef profession. He is now a beginner chef of Sichuan cuisine. Chapter 27. In his mind, he suddenly heard the system notification. Yi Hao was stunned and immediately opened the system to check. Only then did he remember that this was the exclusive skill of the 8 chefs. Teach. And this Li Dan was the ordinary person he summoned. He should be one of the 10 chefs that he asked to help in the kitchen just now. He didn't expect that he would learn cooking by accident. Li Dan age, 23 occupation, beginner Sichuan chef strength, ordinary person loyalty, 100-inch ding. Summoned character, Li Dan has triggered the chef occupation and become a Cantonese chef. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 reputation points. Ding. Summoned character, Li Dan has triggered the chef occupation and become a Hune chef. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 reputation points. For a moment, the system notification kept ringing. When he checked the system, all 10 chefs had learned cooking and became beginner chefs. There was even one who became an intermediate chef, giving him 15 reputation points. Isn't this teaching skill too powerful? Yi Hao was surprised and excited. How long had it been? Everyone had learned cooking. Yi Hao realized that this was a good way to increase his reputation points, but more than that, he was worried. These 10 chefs were all summoned by him and learned cooking. Yi Hao was very happy, but if outsiders saw it, wouldn't the culinary skills be stolen? Host, don't worry. The teaching skill must be taught by the person who taught it. If they are not willing to teach, it will be very difficult to learn cooking. And because they are all from the Chaos Realm, they can learn so quickly. If they are from this world, they will have to learn one dish at a time. The system seemed to know what Yi Hao was worried about and explained. Yi Hao was relieved. This kind of cooking skill could only be in his hands. After all, this was a treasure bowl that could make him endless money. Not to mention the future, what he lacked most now was money. Yi Hao wanted to try the cooking skills of the beginner chefs, so he let the 8 chefs rest and let the ordinary people cook a few dishes. Everyone looked at Yi Hao blankly. Why did he suddenly ask the servants to cook? Could it be that they ate too much and made His Highness unhappy? Everyone was puzzled, but Yi Hao did not explain. After a while, a few of his subordinates brought the dishes to the table. Everyone was shocked, and the way they looked at Yi Hao changed. His Highness was too amazing. Where did he find so many chefs? Moreover, they did not reveal anything. At first, he really thought that these people were servants. Who knew that they could cook so well? The aroma of the dishes on the table assailed their nostrils. Although they couldn't be compared with the chefs, they were still outstanding. With this kind of craftsmanship, any one of them would be a chef that others would fight over. However, Yi Hao actually asked them to be waiters. This was too willful. The most surprised people here were the artists and Johong Chestnut. Johong Chestnut was a little better. Yi Hao had changed so much in the past 2 days that she was a little numb. But Yi Hao's subordinates were full of talents. If she had not been accompanying His Highness all these years, Johong Chestnut would have suspected that His Highness was pretending to be stupid all these years. The artists had doubts about the rumors. They all said that the 18th prince was a fool. But where did this group of talents come from? Either the rumors were wrong, or the 18th prince was too good at enduring. The artists looked at Yi Hao in a different way. There was a trace of admiration in their eyes. Moreover, Yi Hao's behavior was not like a 9-year-old child. He was even calmer than an adult. Liu Shuofeng, Zhao Zilong, and the others did not care about this. They only knew that they had to obey His Highness. Everything else was not important. Try it. See how it tastes. Yi Hao felt very unnatural when he saw a group of hot eyes staring at him. Yi Hao was too lazy to care about what they were thinking because there was no way to explain it. It was better to save himself the trouble. Although these dishes looked good, and Yi Hao believed in the power of the system, the level of these beginner chefs should also be good. He still could not help but want to try. Yi Hao took a bite of each dish and frowned slightly. It was because it was far from the level of those special chefs. However, the taste was very good. It was better than the food he had eaten in his previous life. After Yi Hao tasted, Zhao Zilong was the first to eat. Then, Johong Chestnut, Liu Shuofeng, and the artists. Master, although the taste is not as good as the 8 great chefs, it is already the best dish I have ever eaten. Zhao Zilong was the first to comment. Sister Ling, what do you think? Yi Hao nodded and continued to ask Johong Chestnut. Tilda, I also feel that it is much better than the food in the palace. Johong Chestnut did not expect Yi Hao to ask her. She blushed and said the answer in her heart. Hearing Johong Chestnut's answer, Yi Hao heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he was not opening a restaurant. That would be too bad. He wanted to spread Chinese cuisine all over the world. He was not willing to hire all the special chefs. Since these beginner chefs could already make such delicious dishes, then the business should not be bad. Most importantly, these dishes were all unheard of in this world. Yi Hao felt that he had profited greatly this time. These 8 special chefs all had the teaching skill. Wouldn't that mean that he could have countless beginner and intermediate chefs? The taste is not bad. Although it is not as good as the Ninth Heaven restaurant, it is not bad. An old artist slowly savored the dishes in front of him and muttered softly. Elder Li, what is the Ninth Heaven restaurant that you mentioned? This artist was the most experienced among the dozens of artists. Yi Hao was very curious about the Ninth Heaven restaurant that he mentioned. When Elder Li heard Yi Hao's question, he was slightly taken aback. In this capital city, from the elderly to the children, who did not know about the Ninth Heaven restaurant? The Ninth Heaven restaurant only appeared in the past 2 years. Your Highness has been sick for the past 2 years. It is normal that you do not know about it. Johong Chestnut reminded carefully. Elder Li was enlightened. He quickly stood up and apologized. I am really sorry. Your Highness, please forgive me. This commoner forgot about it. It is fine. Elder Li, quickly tell me about the Ninth Heaven restaurant. Yi Hao waved his hand, indicating for Elder Li to sit down. If Yi Hao wanted to open a restaurant, it would definitely have an impact on the food industry of this world. From Elder Li's tone, this Ninth Heaven restaurant should not be simple. Yi Hao could not wait to know more about it. Thank you, Your Highness. Elder Li sat down and sorted out his thoughts. He slowly said, this Ninth Heaven restaurant is not a restaurant that belongs to Yi country. It is said that it is opened by a big power above. Even His Majesty has to show them some respect. This commoner was fortunate enough to go there a few times. The dishes there are very good. Although they are far from being comparable to our 8 famous chefs, they are still slightly better than these few little brothers. The little brothers that Elder Li was talking about were naturally the beginner chefs. Even father has to show some respect. Looks like there is another potential enemy. Yi Hao frowned. But since things had come to this, there was no need to give up. That was not his character. Chapter 28. But don't worry, Your Highness. Although the taste is not as good as Ninth Heaven restaurants, the taste of the dishes and the novel cooking methods are something that Ninth Heaven restaurant can't compare to. Old Li saw Yi Hao frowning and thought that Yi Hao was not satisfied with the beginner chefs. He tried to persuade him, besides, we still have the 8 great chefs. Yes, yes. Yi Hao was too lazy to explain and nodded. Let's continue eating and rest early. We will be busy tomorrow. Yi Hao asked the 10 people who learned to sit down and eat while the other 10 continued to help in the kitchen. After a while, the system notification kept ringing and he gained 7 more beginner chefs and 3 more intermediate chefs. In just a short while, his reputation points had increased to 225. Yi Hao's eyes glowed with blue light as he looked at the 20 waitresses and rushed them into the kitchen. Although everyone was curious, no one asked. After a while, the system notification sounded again. Yi Hao was so happy that his mouth opened wide and he danced with joy. Your Highness, are you all right? Everyone saw Yi Hao standing there in a daze, laughing foolishly, and occasionally even dancing with joy. Johong Chestnut asked with concern. I'm fine, I'm fine. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Yi Hao waved his hand awkwardly. He prayed in his heart that he would not destroy his domineering and mighty image in their hearts. The waitresses were the same as the men. There were 15 beginner chefs and 5 intermediate chefs. He gained another 225 reputation points. Yi Hao quickly checked his character information. Yi Hao country, Yi country, 10th grade kingdom, identity, 18th prince of Yi country strength. Peak martial artist, 100 to 200 jin for ordinary people, 300 jin for rank 1 martial artist. Skill, detection, beginner, can detect the information of characters not higher than the main character by 2 levels. Beast taming, beginner, can tame ordinary horses and wild beasts. Archery, beginner, can shoot from 100 steps away. Resurrection point, 355 soul points, 32 reputation points, 467 generals. 21 chefs, 48 subordinates, 9 peak martial artist subordinates. Zhongyang items, 300 sets of armor, city, level 1 construction, 1 dagger, 10 face-changing pills, 2 teleportation talismans, 1 general summon money, 1,270,000 taels of gold, 200,000 taels of silver, 500,010 copper coins. Mission: Heart of the Strong SSS? Number 1 on the Imperial Dragon list. There were still more than 300 resurrection points left. He could still summon 3 more generals. There was also a reward of summoning a general. However, Yi Hao was not prepared to do so. Yi Hao had always wanted to summon a few tacticians, but it was too difficult. After summoning so many generals, he did not have a single tactician. In this world, strategies were weak to begin with. If he could obtain a few peerless strategists, it would definitely be like adding wings to a tiger. By the way, the chef can be summoned. Yi Hao suddenly thought of something. Is it possible to become a strategist? No. The system knew what Yi Hao was thinking and said coldly. Then how do I recruit a counselor? Yi Hao asked disappointedly. You just have to complete the Heart of the Strong quest, or some other special quests. Hearing the system's words, Yi Hao knew that there was no hope of summoning a counselor. However, after the Imperial Dragon rankings ended, the Yi army should be almost ready. The strategy that Yi Hao gave to Yi Batian was to show that the country of Yi was recruiting and training troops, causing the country of Zhao to focus their attention on this aspect. In reality, the country of Yi's army had already been split up into smaller groups, secretly gathering at the borders of Zhao. There was even a small group of troops gathered in the capital city of Zhao. When the time came, the Yi army would be able to catch the Zhao army off guard. This would allow the Yi army to be in an invincible position. They would be able to attack or retreat. If they could capture the capital of the Zhao army in one fell swoop, it would be a complete victory. At that time, when Yi Hao spoke of this strategy in front of the civil and military officials, no one could refute it. They were all secretly shocked. The Yi Batian immediately slapped the table and made a decision. The entire country's army was mobilized, showing that everything was calm and peaceful. However, it was secretly filled with killing intent. Yi Hao originally wanted to go with the army, but he was stopped by the Yi Batian. It just so happened that Yi Hao's prince trial was about to begin. The Yi Batian wanted him to stay in the imperial palace and personally lead the troops. This way, not only could he protect Yi Hao's safety, but he could also give Yi Hao a lot of political achievements. However, Yi Hao didn't think so. How could he develop if he stayed in the capital? He still hadn't used his city construction blueprint. He couldn't waste it. There were still 20 days before the deadline. Yi Hao had already decided that after the Imperial Dragon rankings ended, he would go out and gain experience. There was still a year left before the Heart of the Expert mission. Yi Hao needed more resources. While witnessing the strange happenings of this continent, he also needed to develop his strength. Yi Hao was already a little impatient. Just like in the game, he would build a city while gathering resources. Then, he would lead an army of thousands to conquer the city. Everyone, rest early. Tomorrow is the most important day. Tomorrow will be the day when all the influential figures in the country of Yi will be here. Whether or not we can spread the name of the Flame Yellow Tower will depend on tomorrow, Yi Hao said to everyone after finishing his meal. Don't worry, Your Highness, the 8 special chefs said in unison. Master, don't worry. As long as these people don't lose their sense of taste, we won't fail. Shun Wansan was full of confidence. The next morning, Yi Hao led everyone to work. Shun Wansan invited a few opera troupes and set up a stage at the entrance. Because it was the first day of business, they only received high officials and nobles. Ordinary people couldn't afford it. It was almost noon, but there wasn't a single guest. Yi Hao couldn't help but worry. Could it be that even his reputation as the 18th prince wasn't enough? On the other hand, there were quite a lot of onlookers at the entrance. Most of them were there to watch the show. Yi Hao was bored, so he also moved a chair and sat at the entrance to watch. However, it was very boring. If this was compared to the operas of China in the past, it would be trash. If it wasn't for the fact that there weren't many resurrection points, Yi Hao would have summoned a few famous operas from Earth to show these people what an opera was. Your Highness, we have a guest. Johong Chestnut reminded Yi Hao when he was about to fall asleep. Greetings to Your Highness, the 18th Prince. I wish Your Highness a prosperous business. A middle-aged man walked up to Yi Hao and bowed respectfully. It was obvious that he was an official from the imperial court. Sir, you are too courteous. You are a guest today. Please come in. Although Yi Hao didn't recognize this person, he still said politely. After all, this person was here to take care of his business. Yi Hao looked at this official carefully. Since this person was the first to come, it meant that he was giving him face. Your Highness, you have to be careful today. I heard that the second prince will be here today to cause trouble. Moreover, the people from the ninth heaven will also be here. That official cupped his fist, looked around, and reminded Yi Hao softly. Chapter 29. Ju age, 45 position, 5th rank official talent, 83 intermediate character, upright martial strength, normal hearing Ju words. Yi Hao knew that Ju had the intention of befriending him, so he used an appraisal skill. It turned out that Ju was just a small 5th rank official. However, his talent was not bad and he was worth nurturing. Moreover, his character was not bad. It seemed that he was an upright person, so it wasn't easy to survive in the imperial court. This intermediate talent was enough for him to be a prime minister in a country like Yi. However, he should be able to survive in a 9th rank country. It was a pity that he was just a 5th rank official. Thank you for your reminder, sir. Let's have a small gathering if there's a chance. Yi Hao only had generals now. Even if he didn't have strategists to manage the imperial court, he definitely couldn't do without civil officials. This Ju had the intention of befriending him. Moreover, his talent and character were not bad. Yi Hao planned to recruit him for his own use. Ju saw that Yi Hao's attitude towards him was not bad. When he heard Yi Hao's words, he knew that this was not the place to talk. Thus, he followed the waiter into the restaurant. Slowly, it was noon. The number of customers increased. Most of them were officials from the imperial court. There were also quite a few businessmen. Yi Hao received them all, leaving a good impression on everyone. Oh, who is this? Why is he doing the work of a servant? A dignified prince opening a shabby restaurant with such extravagance. I'm really worried for His Majesty. At this moment, a sarcastic voice sounded. Yi Hao frowned slightly. He didn't expect that someone would dare to find trouble with him right after he opened his restaurant. A person walked towards him with a fan in his hand. Behind him were a few servants. He was extremely arrogant and looked down on everyone. He looked as if he was second to the heavens. At this moment, the crowd who were watching the show all looked over. Everyone was discussing. Who is this person? Why is he so arrogant? He doesn't even care about a prince. You don't even know him. He's the son of the right prime minister. He usually bullies people and does all kinds of evil. So it's him. When the crowd heard the background of the hedonistic young master, they revealed looks of disgust and fear. They couldn't help but take a few steps back. How dare you? Although Lord Song is the right prime minister, you can't be so presumptuous in front of the prince. Ju Di heard the commotion outside and immediately ran out. Who do you think you are? You're just a 5th rank official. How dare you meddle in my business? Song Zhe didn't take Ju seriously at all. His tone was extremely arrogant and condescending. After saying that, he was about to use his hand to slap Ju. Don't you like to stand out? I'll beat you to death. It's a good opportunity to teach you a lesson for not even giving my father face. And according to Song Zhe's guess, this Ju stood up for Yi Hao, which meant that he was on Yi Hao's side. He could find fault with Yi Hao, but he didn't dare to do anything to Yi Hao. After all, Yi Hao was a prince. If he did anything, even the crown prince and his father wouldn't be able to protect him. Therefore, he wanted to teach Ju a lesson. It was fine to hit a fifth-rank official. At most, he would be grounded for a few days on the surface. Moreover, he could make Yi Hao lose face in front of everyone. Since Liu Shuofeng and the others were in the restaurant, they didn't expect anyone would dare to make trouble. Now, there were only Yi Hao, Johong Chestnut, and a group of waiters at the door. Everyone observed a moment of silence for Ju Yu. This beating was unavoidable. Many people were gloating over his misfortune. Do you think it's useful to curry favor with the 18th prince? Now, even the 18th prince can't stop you from getting a slap. Although Song Zhe was a hedonistic young master, his martial arts were not bad. He was a 7th-rank martial artist and could be considered an expert among the younger generation in Yi country. Ju Yu saw that Song Zhe was about to hit him. Although he knew he couldn't avoid it, he didn't flinch. He couldn't lose his backbone and let these people look down on him. Song Zhe saw Ju Yu's unyielding attitude and became angrier. He increased the strength of his hand. If this slap landed on Ju Yu's face, it would definitely make him lose his mind. Enough. Yi Hao was very satisfied with Ju Yu's unyielding attitude. After all, Ju Yu stood up for him. How could he just stand there and watch him get slapped? Yi Hao moved forward with the butterfly steps and pushed Song Zhe's hand away with ease. Who is it? Song Zhe felt that his right hand was going numb. But he didn't see the person who slapped him clearly. He immediately dodged aside and shouted angrily, "Who dares to ruin my business? You must be tired of living." The crowd only saw a blur. They thought Ju Yu would be slapped away, but he didn't. Instead, Song Zhe dodged aside with his right hand in front of his chest. And Yi Hao stood in front of Ju Yu. The crowd couldn't believe it. Yi Hao was 3 or 4 meters away from Ju Yu just now. How could he suddenly appear in front of Ju Yu and block Song Zhe's slap? How could it be you? How could you be so fast and so strong? Song Zhe also couldn't believe it. But Yi Hao was really standing in front of Ju Yu. He had to believe it. "Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my life." Ju Yu closed his eyes at the last second. But after waiting for a long time, he only heard Song Zhe's shout. When Ju Yu opened his eyes, he saw the back of Yi Hao, who was shorter than him, standing in front of him. Ju Yu was very touched. He made up his mind to follow Yi Hao. He walked to Yi Hao and thanked him. "You are my man. If anyone wants to hurt you, it depends on whether I agree or not." Yi Hao's childlike voice came. But it was very serious, as if it didn't come from a child's mouth. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the crowd quieted down. They were all thinking whether he was still a child. Ju Yu's eyes were hot and his heart was warm. He couldn't imagine that he, who was in his 40s, would be touched by a child's words. Ju Yu's blood was boiling in his heart. He would die for this. At this moment, Yi Hao's image changed drastically among the crowd. The 18th prince, who was the pride of all the people of Yi 3 years ago, was back. And he was back in a strong way. One must know that 3 years ago, Yi Hao's name was known to every household. He was the pride of the people of Yi. But later on, he became retarded, causing people to sigh endlessly. The reputation of the 18th prince also disappeared without a trace. Who would have thought that the 18th prince would become even more powerful today? Everyone was thinking whether Yi Hao was pretending to be stupid. He was afraid that he would be killed if he was in the limelight, so he pretended to be stupid. But in private, he had been practicing hard. Otherwise, how could he be so calm and calm? Moreover, he was so skilled in martial arts. Everyone suspected that Yi Hao opened the restaurant to announce that the genius 18th prince was back. Chapter 30. Let's go. Song Zhe looked at the crowd. He didn't slap Yi Hao's face, but he made Yi Hao more famous. But he didn't dare to do anything to Yi Hao, so he snorted and looked at Yi Hao viciously. "You're just a bastard." Yi Hao didn't take Song Zhe seriously at all. Song Zhe stopped. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, but he didn't dare to lose his temper. He pushed the crowd in front of him away and said, "Get out of my way." The crowd looked down on Song Zhe even more. He was a typical bully. He directly dragged down Right Prime Minister's reputation while Yi Hao's reputation soared. "Dear guests, I'm sorry for offending you just now. Please go inside and have a rest." All the guests gathered at the door. Yi Hao said without any arrogance. Many people came up to talk with Yi Hao and wanted to make friends with him. The third prince came over with the sixth prince and the third prince and greeted him with a smile. 18th brother, your business is good. Greetings, third prince, sixth prince, and the third prince. Third brother, sixth brother, 13th brother, you're too polite. It's just a small restaurant. I hope you can give me some advice later. Yi Hao saw a young man beside the third prince. On his head was a crown with gold rings and jade ornaments. He was wearing a robe with flowers embroidered on it. His armor was covered with thousands of fiery dragon scales and a red agate belt. He was holding a red fangtian halberd. It was Lu Fang, young Marquis of Wen. Judging from the distance between him and the third prince didn't suspect him. The third prince liked him very much. "Come, 18th brother, let me introduce you. This is my new trusted subordinate, Lu Fang. His strength is not bad, only a rank 7 or rank 8 martial warrior." When the third prince saw Yi Hao looking at Lu Fang, he immediately introduced him in a boastful tone. "18th brother, you should be careful in the royal dragon list." The third prince pretended to remind him kindly. Yi Hao sneered in his heart. This third prince was really scheming. Lu Fang was one of his people, so how could he not know how strong Lu Fang was? Lu Fang was clearly a peak martial artist, but Lu Fang insisted on hiding his strength. This kind of person was the most terrifying. "Greetings, Your Highness." Lu Fang didn't give Yi Hao any face and greeted him expressionlessly. "Lu Fang, don't be impudent." The third prince reprimanded. 18th brother, Lu Fang is immature, please don't blame him." "What are you talking about, third brother? It's fine." Yi Hao pretended to be displeased, but still magnanimously said that it was fine. "Big brother, fourth brother is here." The third prince noticed Yi Hao's displeasure and wanted to resolve the awkwardness. However, he happened to see the first prince and his group walking over. However, the eldest prince's expression did not look too good. He glared at Yi Hao with resentment and was about to lead his group into the restaurant. On the other hand, the fourth prince's expression was that of a petty person who had succeeded, as if he was very happy to see the eldest prince suffer. These two don't get along at all. Yi Hao naturally saw their expressions, but Yi Hao was not that easy to bully. "Your people are causing trouble for me, so it must have something to do with you. Big brother, that song something is one of your people, right?" Yi Hao reached out to stop the eldest prince and asked fearlessly. "What's wrong?" The eldest prince was unhappy. He saw everything that Songzhi did, but he was scared away by Yi Hao. He was also ridiculed by the fourth prince. How could he be in a good mood? "It's fine. Take care of your dog." Yi Hao smiled and waved his hand. "Got it." With so many people here, the eldest prince already hated Yi Hao. This restaurant was supposed to be his, but Yi Hao took it back and he lost face. He wanted to let Songzhi humiliate Yi Hao to get back his face. However, it helped him become famous and he was even ridiculed by the fourth prince. However, it was not the right time to lose his temper. After all, there were too many people here, and his father would come later. He was already thinking about how to make him lose face. However, looking at his favorite subordinate behind him, the eldest prince could not help but sneer complacently. "No matter how arrogant you are, you don't even have a powerful subordinate. You will suffer on the Imperial Dragon list." The depression in his heart was swept away. "His Majesty is here." A voice like that of a male duck was heard. A group of people wearing black iron helmets with a blood-red tassel on the helmets were clad in heavy black iron armor and blood-red cloaks. They had black iron heavy sabers hanging from their waists and made a clattering sound as they walked. They were the Imperial Army. The Imperial Guards walked to the entrance of Yanghuang Restaurant and divided into two groups. They cleared a path in the middle and were ready for battle. A dragon carriage slowly stopped at the entrance of Yanghuang Restaurant. A spirited middle-aged man dressed in silk walked down from it. It was Yi Batian. Long live the emperor. The onlookers immediately knelt down when they saw the emperor. Son greets his majesty. The princes did not need to kneel. They all bowed. Rise. Yi Batian waved his hand, and the domineering aura of a superior struck fear into everyone's hearts. Yi Batian walked to Yi Hao's side and patted Yi Hao's head lovingly. Hao, this restaurant of yours is really big. Even His Majesty has been alerted. This scene immediately changed in the eyes of the crowd. It was clear that Yi Batian loved Yi Hao dearly. He treated the other princes seriously, but his love for Yi Hao was all expressed on his face. The emperors stood at the side. Their hearts were filled with jealousy, but they did not dare to step forward. Hao, have you found a cook? Yi Batian asked worriedly. Don't worry, father. I'll definitely make your appetite whet. Yi Hao was full of confidence. That's good. Just don't let His Majesty lose face. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Yi Batian was slightly relieved. Why are you unfilial sons here? Yi Batian looked surprised as if he had just seen the emperors. Damn, do you have to be so biased? It seems like you only have eyes for your Hao. The emperors cursed in his heart. Did he have to be so biased? He had so many sons, not one less than Yi Hao. All the onlookers were dumbfounded. It seemed that he was not being serious towards the other princes. He did not even see them. He only had eyes for Yi Hao. Father, we are also here to support 18th brother's business. The third prince saw that the other princes had turned their heads to the side to soothe the trauma in their hearts. He could only stand up and say this awkwardly. That's right. Your 18th brother has been sick for the past few years, and you all did not take care of him. This time, you all have to spend more money. It just so happens that your 18th brother does not have much money. Yi Batian said matter-of-factly, whoever does not spend more will have their legs broken. Yes, your majesty. The emperors agreed with tears in their eyes. He cursed in his heart, he has no money. He has no money. The day before yesterday, he earned more than 5 million taels of gold. How dare he say that he has no money? How can he be so biased? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.